take our seats. Ko tēnā tātou, nau mai hoki mai. For those that were here yesterday, welcome back. For those newbies, welcome. We started our day yesterday with Rātana Karakia, and that's going to see us through till this afternoon. So just, again, acknowledge the haukainga here, ngā uri o ngā tāwhiri and nō whakata, ngāi tāwhiri, and welcome everybody back. We have, again, another action-packed day with lots of great content, so I hope the surf is not too tempting. We had a really good session at the end of yesterday, just reflecting on the day and sort of lessons learned and some ideas going forward that were recorded. All of the sessions are recorded and live streamed on the Exchange Cafe Facebook page and the Rāngai YouTube channel, and will be available after the event as well. Just acknowledging our sponsors again, Te Pūnaha Matatini, there's a number of researchers here from that collective, and Trust Tairāwhiti gave us a donation, and John Walsh, the artist, gave us a really generous donation, along with a gallery that sold one of his paintings that he donated the proceeds of, and the purchaser of the painting, who's anonymous, also donated the price of the painting. So we got 3 times what John had offered from the sale. So that's gone into helping make this event possible, and really grateful to all of them. I'm not sure, again, for those that weren't here yesterday, the wharepaku are just in here, in the hallway. There's an exit along the deck and down that way and through the building this way. And morning tea will be out the back there. I think those are most of the... and Stephanie will have a bright coloured vest on, so try and find her and follow her if something happens. Someone with a bright coloured, probably not you, Corker, but yeah. Yes. And I think that's about all the housekeeping. But yeah, welcome everybody, and got Dana Kirkpatrick, our new East Coast MP, come to speak to us, and really looking forward to that. So as she's talking, you can think about some really tough questions. She's got almost no power in Parliament, but has influence amongst her caucus colleagues and friends with many cabinet ministers. So you can have a whisper in her ear or ask a question after she speaks to us. So yeah, thanks very much, Dana, for coming. Really appreciate your time and being amongst us, and look forward to your kōrero. Anyone speaking today, you've got to pretty much lick the microphone or it loses the sound. Don't everybody lick it, but just you need to get up nice and close.
Can I just move that over just a fraction? Okay. All right, well, we'll get as close as we can, shall we? Here we go. Tēnā koutou katoa, thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. As Manu so eloquently put it, yes, I'm just the newbie on the block. I've had to employ staff that know what they're doing so that they can train me in what I'm doing. So it's a very steep learning curve, but it's an honour and a privilege to be the MP for East Coast. So thank you for your support and your patience with me as we learn and navigate our way together through these times. I just want to also acknowledge Ranga Whakata as mana whenua, and also the organisers, the sponsors and everybody else here today. I thought that I would just speak, and I was asked to speak a little bit about my reflections 12 months on, and I've interwoven a little bit of that with some of what we intend to do as a government. I'm not an expert in these matters, but I am certainly, as Manu indicated, in the right place for the right conversations. So I'm happy to advocate on behalf of our region at any time and for anyone who needs it. I can't always promise I can fix it, but I'll do my very best. So yeah, these are just some reflections and ramblings 12 months on, and we'll have a roundup at the end. And of course, I reserve the right not to answer questions that are too hard today because it's Friday morning. It's been a long week. Anyway, we'll see how we get on. So I live on the Poverty Bay Flats in a house built in 1891. Thankfully, they knew where to build houses in those days, and the house is just on a wee mound. Not that noticeable as you drive along, but definitely noticeable if you've ever biked the road or tried to drive a tractor in a straight line, which is what I used to have to do as a child. Well, not too childish, but, you know, teenager for my dad. And I woke up on the 14th of February in 2023 with a sense of dread. What was I going to see when I looked out that window? On one side of my house was fine, but on the other the water was way closer to the house than it had ever been, including in Cyclone Bowler. And at that point I knew it wasn't going to be good. And 12 months ago today, we're still in shock. And if you look out that window and look at that beautiful view in this extraordinary part of the world, it's hard to believe what that would have looked like 12 months ago. But we were cut off from all communications by road and the rest of New Zealand throughout the east coast north of Napier. Thought we'd dropped off the side of the country. No power, no internet, no access. And I'm quite sure I don't need to remind many of you how we felt at that time. Not only grieving for our people, our land and possessions, but enormous anxiety for our loved ones that we couldn't connect with in and out of the district. I had a son at school in Hawke's Bay. I didn't know where he was, and he didn't know what had happened to us because we couldn't contact each other for 3 or 4 days. And that's just a small snippet of what so many people went through. And I remember standing on the council steps when the Starlink eventually came, and we'd go and stand there like this with our phones for ages waiting for it to work, and it sometimes did and sometimes didn't. But the trauma and the anxiety from people who couldn't get hold of their loved ones was just, you know, it was really heart-wrenching at the time. In the days following the cyclone, I worked in the council civil defence offices with the rural support team, and our role was to ensure we did all we could to identify if people were okay, what they needed, how critical their needs were, and what support was available to them immediately. The hardest part of this, of course, was that there was no connectivity, so many roads and bridges destroyed, and so until we had Starlink and service again, we relied on word of mouth and local knowledge, which wasn't terribly reliable. And it soon became evident that the hill country, in a line from the top of the coast down through the farmland to Waimata, Otoko, Pihiri, Hangaro and Tinaroto, and then south was destroyed. 8 bridges totally destroyed, 10 impassable, and 44 other bridges suffering significant damage. And that's just one indication of how tough life was going to be. We spent days locating people, finding out what they needed and critical supplies, and trying to ensure that we had touched base with almost everyone in the rural communities. We had people with no nappies for their kids, destroyed or missing water pumps, pregnant mothers, critical medical supply needs, dogs with a dog with a broken leg up the coast that needed to get to a vet, medical events, no food, generators, people suffering from real anxiety and trauma. A new generation of farmers who had never experienced damage on the scale that they woke up to. And sadly, some of us still remembered Cyclone Bowler in 1988 and the Ngātapa floods in the mid-80s. And we know that life goes on, we pick ourselves up, and we just keep trudging on. This week I attended a dawn service at Tikaraka with members of my whānau and the wider Tikaraka community. At 5 a.m, and on a very cold morning, the fire siren sounded to signal the beginning of the service. And it was indeed an emotional and heart-wrenching moment for the community. It brought back an awful lot of memories for them for that fateful morning 12 months previously. The cyclone and its effects in Tikaraka were traumatic and life-threatening. People rescued by diggers and tractors, Pakeke rescued by canoe, and in their words, left on the hillside for many, many hours. Wednesday was a humbling and memorable recollection of the very day 12 months ago that devastated our communities, shook the very core of our existence, and brought a whole new meaning to business as usual. Because in 2024, as we reflect, the past 12 months business as usual has been about survival, recovery, displacement, insurance frustration, silt, roads, woody debris and land use. And I have been critical about the speed at which recovery has been progressing and what we can do to make sure that people can return their businesses to full productivity and their lives to a state of normality. It's been hard as we wait for government funding in a cycle where bureaucracy grinds slowly, an election that put a pause on funding certainty, and the council that has been waiting and waiting to understand what will happen next. Gisborne finds itself in a difficult position, and I don't need to explain this to some of you here, you'll be well aware of it, but the council has a low ratepayer base, high levels of deprivation in its population, and a below average median wage with enormous geographic challenges. I can't just fix everything because the community can't afford to pay for it. And I take my hat off to the council for the decisions they made around cleaning up quickly and trying to provide some hope. But the navigation of a tricky balancing act between ability to pay, government funding, and people's sheer frustration has taken its toll. People all over our district are tired, stressed, and clinging on to hope still 1 year later. I don't want to dwell on the negative today, but I did think we needed to acknowledge that in passing. I guess the major learning for me, a year later, is that there's always an opportunity or a silver lining in a crisis. A moment in time where disastrous circumstances become the catalyst for change, and where communities like ours show strength and fortitude that we didn't know we possessed. So out of disaster can grow hope, new ways of doing things, questions and opportunities. And I thought I'd just share some of the stories I have seen, been a part of and heard over the past 12 months that have shown how our communities, rural and urban, and people have taken a challenge and turned their hands to doing the best they can or developing a new opportunity. So I'm going to start the story in Tairāwhiti, a community not actually in my electorate by some peculiar electorate boundary arrangement, which means Tairāwhiti, Matawai, Rere are all in the Napier electorate, but don't worry, I've got my eye on that one. We want them back. But Tairāwhiti, a community completely devastated. Not in the way that you might think like Te Karaka was, which is a different case altogether, but more bridges devastated in that part of the country than probably anywhere else. And I'm specifically not talking about the East Coast because I know that my colleague and friend Kushla Tanari Manuel is coming this afternoon, and I expect that she will want to cover some of the coast stuff, so I'm not talking about that in particular. But many bridges gone, a doubled travel time to town and no solution for Tairāwhiti in the near future. Rural roads compromised in Bushy Knoll, Ruakaka, Donerail Park, Tairāwhiti Road. And I don't know how many times Sally officer is going to have to kayak over that river on the TV before someone takes notice. The community there remains cut off, their road is severely compromised and it's affecting their wellbeing and the financial stability for many of the farming businesses there. Some of them have not been visited, but they have picked themselves up, galvanised the community into a real force, and they're lobbying really hard for better outcomes and help. Many national TV appearances. The head of Federated Farmers and ministers ministers of Parliament have all visited the community to try and add some weight to the issues these people are facing. And their silver lining is that they are strong, they are united, and they are, have a loud voice for their community, which is great. In Waimata Valley, a community still suffering from the effects of forestry in their headwaters, roads destroyed, farmland under metres of silt and real isolation, a problem many farmers lost many hundreds of kilometres of riparian fencing, not for the first time, I might add, and many thousands of native trees and shrubs that they had planted along their waterways. Mental wellbeing has taken a hit, but out of all of that has grown an incredibly positive approach to catchment management by the whole community, and it's brought the community together and given them a collective focus. There's a long way to go in the Waimata Valley, and I was surprised when I took the Minister for Rural Communities, Mark Patterson, to Waimata with our colleagues from MPI, and I was surprised at how incredulous he was at the damage in Waimata Valley. And I think the message in that is that we all become a little bit complacent. We see it every day. We go up roads that are destroyed, we see destroyed things every day, and we have come to know that that's just how we roll. Well, it doesn't need to be like that. And when you bring someone new into the community and they are just shocked and horrified at what they see, you kind of start to think about it in a different way. So let's move to Te Karaka. So much pain through displacement and trauma. community lost one of its own in John Coates, and their story of rebuilding and restoration of their mana and their manaakitanga should be a pilot for other towns and regions. Tikaraka waited for no one, and through direct leadership by tiatanga mahaki in the community, they have hustled hard. They've rebuilt homes, lifted homes, lobbied the insurance companies endlessly for results, wrapped incredible support around their whānau and Pākeke and anyone in their community. They have fed people, bus kids in and out of town, held many hui, established a civil defence hub which will be able to sustain them for a few days if need be, and lifted their community spirit in so many ways. In spite of all of the issues facing the community, the school just recorded a 100% pass record in levels 1, 2 and 3 in NCEA in 2023. A phenomenal result, truly worth celebrating in the face of real hardship. And then we move to some of our more widespreading issues. Forestry, the subject that brings many different views. As I said in my maiden speech, which is just a few weeks ago, but feels like it was months ago now, much to do in the land use space. And I quote, "There's no doubt that forestry contributes much to the economic and social outcomes of the region on many levels. But there's also no doubt among any of the players that the operating environment and the options for land use have changed considerably. And a new environmentally conscious focus is required. The approach taken after Cyclone Bowler in 1988 has not been the gift that we had envisaged. In fact, it's very much different, and it's time to collaborate, rethink, and develop a better way forward. The downstream effects of the cyclone and forestry slash to our foreshores, our freshwater ecosystems, our whenua, our ability to collect kaimoana, and our connection to land and water have rocked coastal communities. It has deeply affected all of us. We have a long way to go with this, which seems to be the theme. There's a long way to go. And if there's to be a silver lining, then it comes in the form of solid awareness that we cannot continue operating in the way that had become the norm. And a degree of hope comes from innovators across New Zealand who are working on solutions for the huge amount of silt and woody debris clogging beaches and riverbanks on the east coast. Research into how silt can add nutrients back into the land is underway, and a project turning slash into cash is being trialled in communities north of Gisborne. Notwithstanding that, business entrepreneurs are well down the track with R&D into ways to add value to slash, to turn it into a byproduct that will help to grow our regional GDP in a different way. From a government perspective, late last year, changes were made by MFE in consultation with ministers, councils and the forestry sector to how commercial forestry is managed to reduce the risk to life, asset and the environment. Local councils were given more power to decide where new forests are located, and clear rules on harvesting practices were put in place. Tairāwhiti, with its very steep topography and unique geology, needs unique solutions to manage environmental effects and the health and safety of forestry workers. The Ministry for the Environment supported the ministerial inquiry into land use and is implementing many of the Milu report recommendations. This includes their work currently in Tairāwhiti with the council, the local forestry sector, iwi and landowners to work through the woody debris problems in Tairāwhiti. The Ministry for the Environment is also supporting GDC to ensure its unitary plan, which is being renewed, has the right controls on forestry practice and other land use activities in the region. And to this end, GDC is running a series of workshops with the sector to establish better, safer controls for the removal of debris. This week, just still in that environmental space, I had the great fortune to meet with Gisborne team Natalie Whitaker and Renee Raroa, the collab of Toha Network and the East Coast Exchange. What a breath of fresh air and hope people like that bring to our recovery and our future. The Toha Network, of course, focused on how we all engage in the regeneration of our planet, and the East Coast Exchange works alongside this mahi to build a public record of the work being done in biodiversity, regen, and work in restoring water resilience, among other things. Having generated a couple of pilots and bringing a tangible aspect to funding and attracting investment into science-based regenerative action, these people and their work is the future of how we fund, record and develop new ways to focus on environmental sustainability in a planned and effective way. I described it with them as social sector trials with an environmental cloak on, and I am so excited about the work that they're doing and what it means for our region. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you to check them out online or talk to them because they are sensational. So we turn our minds to mental health and wellbeing, and no pun intended there, but the incredible need for additional support in this area has been felt hard in our communities, and I've seen firsthand the number of people in desperation looking for hope and help. Not long after the cyclone last year, I got talked into helping a group of friends who have a band. They wanted to do something to lift morale and give people in the rural community a night out in town with some good music. So we held what we thought would be just a little old gig at the Dome Cinema, and little did we know the journey that would lead us on. We filled the Dome and we raised $20,000, which we didn't really know what to do with. It was a bit of a surprise to all of us. But I'd been really impressed with the work being done by Chrissy McIntosh and the team at Here For You in Gisborne, who were helping people and doing it all on the smell of an oily rag. And so I put it to the boys that we should donate the money to Here For You. And I had no idea that the organisation at that point was facing closure because they couldn't afford to keep going with no funding and no support. So we donated the money to them, which was a complete surprise to them. There were tears and drama, but it was the catalyst they needed to pick themselves up and keep going. And as a result, the band did 2 more gigs and raised another $35,000 for Here For You and an additional sum for rural support in Hawke's Bay. And I think it's also worth acknowledging the work that rural support has done in Gisborne and around our region as well, because it's been a phenomenal task before all of them. The relationship with Here For You is solid, and we're now playing at the Frocks on Friday Ball in a couple of weeks at the Dome, nearly 12 months to the day from the first gig. Here For You has helped hundreds of men and women in our community and has since received some funding from MPI and other agencies. It is clinical staff now, and the concept focuses on self-determination, exercise and support through events and collegiality. The band with no name, Grant Walsh, Nigel Henstock, Nick House, Andy Evans and Craig Brownlee. Just a bunch of guys who could see their mates struggling in farming, forestry, the trades, some who'd lost their jobs or businesses, and others just struggling with the sheer, monumentous task before them. The band has lots of requests to play and is actually pretty good by all accounts. Not that I'm touting for work, because its focus really is on supporting mental health and wellbeing and raising money in that space. So I think another silver lining for our community. As many of you will know, New Zealand now has, just the government spiel on this now, has its first mental health minister and a real focus and commitment to mental health. Matt Ducey, as the minister, he's been open and talking about his own personal experience of depression and anxiety. His experience and the support he received led to a career in the mental health and addiction sector, and now he's taken on the role of minister. I think we all know that we've inherited a mental health system facing a number of challenges, including access to timely mental health and addiction support and a workforce that is under a lot of pressure. But with this in mind, there's a couple of key areas of focus in his mental health portfolio that I'd like to share with you. Increasing access to services. We know we need to stabilise and improve access to mental health and addiction services. We want to be focused on ensuring we have a good pipeline of talent to address the workforce vacancies across the system through domestic training and upskilling, and strengthening our focus on prevention and early intervention. And we'll be looking at how we can utilise our frontline primary care and NGO mental health and addiction support services to provide better help and intervention. We've already announced plans to set up a mental health innovation fund to help community providers and NGOs making a difference to Kiwis in need, like Mike King's Gumboot Friday. And this is the funding we're hoping will assist groups like Here For You and the Rural Support Trust. We're under no illusion that it won't be an overnight fix, and we all know that money is tight, but we've got to start somewhere, and now seems like a good place as any. In finishing, I just want to reassure you the government is very supportive of the efforts to recover from the cyclone. We will honour commitments made by the previous government, and many ministers have already been through this region, driven the roads from Hawke's Bay and visited our communities. Many more still to come, and the Tairāwhiti Summit next week will be a landmark event to change the dial on where we place our priorities. We have just announced an additional $23 million funding for silt removal and woody debris removal, and we'll continue our focus on speeding up the work that's needed to do to get our region back on its feet. The cyclone, for regions like ours, came on the back of COVID, a cost of living crisis, the lowest business and farmer confidence in many decades, high interest rates, rocketing inflation, and a very challenging supply chain environment and low commodity prices. It devastated our orchards, our food producers, our businesses, and our real well-being. We know we can dust ourselves off and keep going, but the challenge now is to keep looking up. Look to the horizon and find the new industries, the sectors, opportunities afforded us with the benefit of hindsight, as painful as that might be. We need to diversify our offering to the nation and the world, and we can do that by supporting innovation, holding true to our values and hustling for our region. It's all about how we show up. We know we must fix the roads and the infrastructure, but the real challenge is in what else can we do. We need to do this in partnership with iwi, with council, government and local leaders in all of our communities to bring real change and an enduring legacy for our community. Continue to be brave, You're all brave. We live in an exceptional part of the world, and we've done an incredible job over the last 12 months, but we still have a long way to go. All the best for the very rest of your day ahead. I understand you had a great day yesterday, and I'm interested to watch the sessions on research to understand what they look like. Thank you for having me. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou, katoa.
There was great mic action, actually. Didn't drop a syllable, so well done. Thank you for that. My question, before anyone else gets in, is the ministerial inquiry. Appreciating again, you don't know everything. We were expecting, the previous government said that they'd report before Christmas on those recommendations, so we're interested in whether the new government plans to do that. And the other one was the roading particularly, but the funding for recovery. You know, there's an announcement this week, but it seems like it's a fraction of what's required. And do you have any sense that there's a lot more coming down the pipe sometime soon?
Thank you. Yes, I should be able to do a generally okay job of answering those questions. The ministerial inquiry into land use and forestry, the government is focused at the moment on its 100-day plan, and you all have heard about that till you're sick of hearing about it, but there we go. So the 100-day plan ends on the 8th of March. The ministerial inquiry and the land use issues are not in the 100-day plan, and that's nothing I can do about that. But certainly I have been knocking on some doors in Parliament and rattling some cages and saying, hey guys, this work was started, we need to finish it, and we can't just forget about it because it's critically important to the way we move forward in our region. So I don't have the answer for you yet on what that will look like, but rest assured that I am very much on the case of that one. In terms of roading, there has been a significant amount of money set aside for roading recovery in our region. I can't remember the exact figure, but it's a lot of money. And I do know that some of that is ring-fenced for the Tairāwhiti issues around their road, something like $45 million required up there. And the rest will be spent on the council, as the council's job really to make sure that those roads are fixed. They're having a real struggle because I think, as you can possibly imagine, every dollar they spent, they could spend it twice in our region. So we do have some challenges, but we will definitely get that. The issue right now is getting the money. The other thing, of course, to watch for is what comes next, which will be waiting for budget announcement later. May, I think it is, yeah.
Questions? Debbie?
Thank you. You spoke about insurance frustration. I know that there's some people here that are waiting for insurance, EQC and insurance money before that they can settle their Category 3 properties, and they had money to cover their rent and storage up until this point, and have found out that from the insurance company that it could be another 8 months. And I'm just wondering if you can push a lot harder on your insurance frustration work.
Yes, I think that there is some work to do in terms of the Insurance Council and how we progress some of that faster. And there's certainly been a lot of issues with people having problems with insurance and just the communication and how we I guess fast track some of that. So yeah, it's definitely on the radar that we are pushing. I know the Minister for Cyclone Recovery, Mark Mitchell, has had some discussions around that, but we'll take that up again and keep pushing. That's all we can do.
Anyone else?
They're opening the bridge on Monday for Tairāwhiti, so which is cool.
Anyone else? Very good. Thank you very much, Dana. Is it Malcolm now? Yes. Malcolm also gave me a great bio, which I haven't got on me, but it's in the app, which for those that weren't here yesterday, well, we'll try and bring it back up at the break time, but there's a QR code and things, or a place to go to download an app for the event with all the speaker bios, and I have now turned on Q&A, so you can use that function in the app. Actually, I'll flick back just there if anyone's really keen to grab it.
Thanks, Manu.
Hei kona koe te rātu mai ai tū ki te pua tū ki taitu. Tū ki maenene tū ki marua nuku. The foundation of our tohu are two supporting po, kia tangata rite, equity. Kia toi tū, sustainability. Te tāhu symbolises integrity, kia mauri tū. At the centre of our waharoa is a door, a tatau that is always open for our people. It is the gateway on the path to well-being. The rito pattern represents the many lives that make up our communities, our whānau, our hapu, our iwi. Lives that are woven together in the sacred whiripapa pattern, acknowledging those who have come before us and those whose future depends on us. Inside the whiripapa pattern are the muka, renowned for its enduring strength. Our muka represent well-being outcomes for Tairāwhiti. Ohanga, economy, tū tangata, cultural identity, mātauranga, knowledge, hapori, communities, taiao, environment, and tūhono, relationships. We welcome you through our waharoa. Let's work together to weave the lives we value in ways that matter to us. He rangi tapu, he tohu ora. We are Trust Tairāwhiti. Tātou, tātou.
Kia ora tātou, ko Malcolm Ersham tōko ingawa, ko Umwhaloti Te Awa, ko Drakensberg Te Manga, ko South Africa Te Rohe no Tūranga Nui Kia Hau. I am the Data and Information Lead at Trust Tairāwhiti, and my job is to measure well-being in our communities to inform decision-making, essentially. So I thought I'd set a little bit of context quickly before I run into the actual survey results, just so everyone is aware of the big picture for us. So around 2018, there was a question internally asked at the Trust around how do we know the things we're doing and making a difference in our community. And that sparked a journey to go out and start engaging with community about what was important to them. And so essentially what happened was when we went out and started talking to communities about what was important to them, we started talking to them about well-being. And first thing people said to us is, well, what do you mean by that? That's a broad topic. So we collected various types of information, engaged with various parts of the community, and came back. And if we took all that information and what we heard from our communities, essentially we started getting 6 key themes started popping up. And essentially that's what you see before you today. People spoke to us about the economy. They said to us we need to have livelihoods, but we see the economy as unpaid work. A number of us are hunters, we gather car, a number of us are carers, so there's the paid and unpaid economy. People spoke to us about mātauranga and knowledge and access to information so they can make better decisions. So people spoke to us about it doesn't matter if I'm doing well, but if my community around me is not doing well, then that affects my well-being. People spoke about relationships, both interpersonally, if I have good relationships, but also relationships between various organizations and collaboration and what have you. People spoke about cultural identity, the ability to express themselves, to be who they are. People spoke about how the tile directly affects their well-being. That is an important part of who we are. So with this information, essentially, we had the establishment of our regional well-being framework. And for us at the Trust, that was our North Star. We now knew what was important to the people of Tairāwhiti. And I'll put a challenge out to those that are here today. Often I hear groups talking about well-being and what's important to people, but they define what's important. They have their indicators and what have you. For us, this was a co-design by the people. So for us, He Rangi Tapu Hetu Ora is the voice of our community. So now that we knew what was important to the people of Tairāwhiti, we needed to find out what are the things we could track over time to understand if those changes were happening. So I don't expect everyone to be able to read this, but essentially at the top under each muka we have what we call the outcome statements. These are the words people use to describe well-being and what was important to them here in Tairāwhiti. And we started looking at a bunch of different indicators and things that we could look at. And really what we started to find was that there wasn't a lot of good information about Tairāwhiti. I had the opportunity to go down to the IDR, which is the Integrated Data Infrastructure, down in Wellington, and that is a black box that keeps all the information about citizens from various government services, and pulled all that information out and realized it still didn't have any really good information, and it didn't align with what was important to the people of Tairāwhiti. So instead of expecting central government to know more about our people than us, we would ask our people. So hence the birth of the Tairāwhiti Wellbeing Survey. The survey looks to basically mitigate all those data gaps that we see within the government systems. And it also looks to ask the questions that are important to the people of Tairāwhiti. And that information is then made available back to communities, back to decision makers, and back to government services. I thought I'd throw this slide in quickly. Through that, what we've been able to do is not only baseline what wellbeing looks like in our region, but we can also do that at a cohort level. So the Trust is engaged in looking at what wellbeing looks like for specific groups versus the regional group. And what that really means is that we can start to compare groups. As an example, what you see on the screen there is the regional average for some of our wellbeing indicators, with the red blob being our 15 to 24-year-olds. You can see there's a significant difference between their life satisfaction, trust in people around them, and ability to self-realize. And that's some of the data from 2022. All this data is available to you as on tairāwhiti.nz. But let's get into the results of our recent survey. So our survey runs every year from about the end of October to the beginning of December. And we ran in 2022, which means just before cyclone, and we recently concluded. So we've got 2 data points, pre-cyclone, post-cyclone. For the researchers out there, you'll know that 2 data points is not a trend, so I just want to state that early. Just because it looks like it's going up does not necessarily mean that's the trend. But for today's session, I thought it's useful just to show both 2022 and 2023. There's a lot of data there, and there's a lot to get through. I've only pulled out a few slides for you today. No one else has really seen this. This is sort of hot off the press. It is our first draft, but this information will be made available on tairāwhiti.data for anyone to use in the next couple of weeks. Cool. So if we look at Tairāwhiti, I'll try to summarize for a number of you. The yellow is the national average. The pink is the Tairāwhiti average, and the blue is the 2023 average. Essentially what you're seeing there is our perception of the environment around us. Nationally, you can see air quality at about a 7.4, and then as we progress through the different parts of our environment, you can see things as low as 3.3 out of 10 for our health of our rivers and lakes. I just want to say this, you can see pre the cyclone, we were already worried about our environment. This is not a new concept for us. This has been an issue for us for a while, and this has been affecting our well-being for an extended period of time. Obviously, there's been a significant dip since the cyclone. when we start looking at sentiment, so this is a question that we asked, do you think the environment will be better in the future? It's a good indicator around people's sentiment or perception of, are we doing enough for there to be a change? You will see that if you look at the middle, neither agree nor disagree, and you look to the left, there is a strong sentiment that our communities don't believe our environment's going to get better, based on what they're seeing today around them. And that's a strong sort of indicator back to decision makers, is we just don't see the change happening. Question around the personal worry of impact of climate change on you, whānau around you and the people around you. Again, you'll see a significant shift to the right, where there is a significant worry around what that looks like for us and our people. One of the things that we see in the data, I'm not showing you all the economic data either, but we've been talking a lot about the environment, we've been talking a lot about people, we've only just hinted at the economy. And the economy is interlinked with our environment. We are primarily a primary industries economy, which means we generate money off the land. If we continue in our current form, essentially, and we ask people, do you think we have a more diversified and resilient economy? They basically saying, no, we don't think it's going to change. If our economy doesn't change, I can guarantee you our environmental outcomes will not change. So we really do need to be looking at that. And again, this is the voice of the people. Just to be clear, this is over 840 responses. More than 200 are from the coast. About 200 are from essentially what we call country, which is sort of Te Karaka, etc., where the rest is made up of city Gisborne, essentially. So strong voice coming from the people. We don't believe there's change. We can't see it happening. A big one is also, is Tairāwhiti an attractive place for our young people? We've heard a lot about anxiety with young people, and you could see sort of in 2022, it was sort of 30% in terms of whether people agreed or disagreed. You can see there's a strong shift to the right. This is not a place for our young people. I'll put this also out there. There's lots of programs trying to get young people into work programs. What I see is them putting people into work programs, into industries that are directly related to the impacts of our environment, and they wonder why young people aren't signing up to do this work. When we run our survey, we can also see the types of industries people want to get into. Our young people do not want to get into primary industries. I can share you with the data. They simply do not want to be in those industries. They want to be in things like tourism. They want to talk about their region. They want to share what's happening in their region. They want to use their te reo. So there's this mismatch between what we're pushing in terms of where we want our young people to go. I would argue some of the programs are pushing young people into construction, and that's because the agenda is the government wants better roads. We're not asking the people what they want. The young people will tell you, we want to do these things. So I appreciate we need roads. I appreciate that, but I don't think we should be pulling it from the kids. We should be getting kids engaged in kinds of work that they want to do. And when we think about that anxiety that they suffer from, potentially from some of the events that have happened in recent times, we can understand why they potentially are not interested in those places and spaces. Whānau will have resources they need to thrive in the future. Again, this is sort of a sentiment question. This is really around whānau resilience, whānau's capability to self-realise the challenges in front of them. Again, you can see we kind of lean to the left there. Whānau just don't believe they're in a better position going forward to be able to have the things that they need in order to move forward. We talked a little bit yesterday about community voice and influence on decision making. Again, this is an interesting one. You can see we lean slightly to the left there, but it's sort of in the middle. This is a very important point. This is the ability for communities to come together and feel like we actually make a difference when we come together and our voices are heard and decisions are made accordingly. I also just want to add to this. It's been awesome to see some of the research that's been coming out. The thing I'd like to say is that our survey is a longitudinal study. So although we've had researchers come in specifically for the cyclone, we will continue to ask these questions every year going forward. And so that gives you a slightly different baselining of what that looks like in our region. Rural communities will flourish and have better access to opportunities in the future. Again, strong sentiment. We lean to the left. We don't believe that necessarily it's going to be better for our rural communities going forward. We just don't see that happening for us. On the good side, and I would argue off the back of some of the challenges that we've had, a good social indicator is your ability to find a place to stay at night if you're in need, cyclone, fire, etc. You'll see that in Tairāwhiti, we're significantly higher than the national average. You would have seen evidence of things like the RSE workers being housed and helped at places like Poho, etc. Our research also shows that there's a strong need for community infrastructure. And when I say community infrastructure, I'm talking about hubs. I'm talking about places where people can come together, particularly disparate, diverse groups, and be supported. Feeling lonely. We've talked about isolation and those that have been isolated, particularly specific communities such as our disabilities, etc. But what I would say to you is in Tairāwhiti, we're probably a little bit more connected than anywhere else. Even though we have challenges, people typically have slightly higher life satisfaction. There's a lot of good indicators we have in our region in terms around our social indicators. And that's me. I want to give you a snippet of it. There's sort of over 250 sort of things you could look at. The data is available on tairāwhitidata.nz going forward. And that gives you the ability to slice and dice. So as an example, you might want to zoom in on coasties and see what it looks like for them. As an example, I can tell you this. Coasties have higher life satisfaction than anyone else. They actually feel safer at night than anywhere else. So there's a lot of challenges for coasties in terms of access to jobs and facilities, but there's a lot of good things as an example. And same for people out in Te Karaka, etc. So please do go and take a look, and please go and play with it and zoom in. And you can actually zoom into young people, and you can zoom into people that are proficient in te reo and their sense of belonging in their region and things like that. So I implore you to use this information. I implore government agencies to use this information. And I thank you for the opportunity to present today. Thank you.
I know that through the website, your community trust website, you conducted survey so people can give you feedback. Is the data you were talking about gathered from those data sets, or did you actually go to so you're just talking about the data set that you collected from your website?
Yeah, so on our website, obviously, we do advertise and we have a bit of a social media campaign. I think it goes out in the paper. So every year, we survey. Same time every year, same questions every year, so that we're consistent over time. But in terms of surveying, we actually do go into places and spaces. We take devices. We work with some of our community leads in different parts. So we try and expand out our ability to connect with different people throughout the region. And then so this year, I think, or last year, I think was about 846 people that participated. Again, if I look at the data that central government has on wellbeing in our region, if you have to show me another 2018 housing report, I'm going to go crazy. That's the information that is being used to make decisions about housing today is still from then. So this is really probably the most granular view of well-being in our region. It's not perfect by any means, but it's the closest, most realist version of who we are as a group and as a people than you can get right now. And information's only powerful if it's used. So, you know, it's great that we have this information, but I think the power comes when central government agencies start using that information, funders, etc. So earlier I did say that we do work with cohorts, specific groups, and go into those groups, but today's session's about the Regional Wellbeing Survey. So the scope of the talk was really just to show you what that looks like for us. The opportunity to go into particular places and spaces and capture that information, absolutely. We've done that for, I think, I can't tell you exactly how many organizations and programs, but there's some really interesting stuff, for instance, amongst young people. We've gone into specific groups and asked them, and we can show you some real reasons why many of the programs and interventions just aren't working, because the data actually shows you quite clearly. But for today's session, this is really around a regional resource where you can zoom in and go and see that stuff. I also just want to say this, is that through our campaign of surveying, went out to various places and spaces and spoke to people. So we also, although I'm showing you lots of, I guess, quantitative stuff, we also do capture qualitative stuff along the way, where we can hear, I guess, the voices that sort of support that data. I'll give you an example. When we were engaging with a bunch of 15 and 24-year-old people, they were saying to me, essentially, it doesn't matter what we say, nothing's going to change, as an example. So we do capture that. But yes, for today's session, this is our Regional Wellbeing Survey. It's a longitudinal study. You can zoom into particulars. Please do go take a look at that. And essentially what I'll leave you with is that creating this forum as an example is a good example of putting all our voices together in a place that is usable. I would also argue that we talked a little bit about trust yesterday and risk. One thing that I note is that within the ecosystem, certain government agencies will listen to certain groups based on sort of the integrity of their data. So there's a challenge between some of the citizen data stuff that we see, not so much with the research and stuff that's been happening here, because those are backed by our academic institutions, but like people data that's being available for decision making is super important. And what we're trying to do is create a community asset that can be used for different groups. So yeah, thank you.
Kapai. Thank you, Malcolm. Maybe just to give people, because that was pretty depressing, some of the results there, in terms of our sense of optimism and agency and whether people are listening and things, but just some good news for some people, some bad news for others. Yesterday we heard that Earnslaw One, which is a big forestry company that's caused all sorts of issues, particularly in the Uawa catchment, has lost its Forest Stewardship Council license certification, and that was so that's going to have a big impact on that company and the contractors and things that work for it. And that came about because people in that catchment were so concerned that they approached FSC, which is a big international certifying organisation, that didn't really know that this was happening in the region. They sent their auditor last year in November, and when they were here, they said they'd never seen anything as bad as they go around the world, in Africa and South America and Asia, and this is the worst that they'd seen in this region. So that report hasn't come out yet, but we did see on the website yesterday that they've had their certification suspended. So people can make a difference, and just by sort of talking to some of those organisations, particularly the independent ones that aren't politicians perhaps sometimes, can make a difference. So that was some good news for some of us, some bad news for others. Leslyn, welcome.
Thanks, Manu. Muri nā tātou. Muri nā tātou, ko Leslyn Jackson Takuingoa. I'm Leslyn and I work for Manaaki Tairāwhiti. Manaaki Tairāwhiti is a place-based initiative which is iwi-led, has been operating here since about 2016. And I want to acknowledge the speakers that have gone before me yesterday and this morning, and thank the organisers for inviting me to participate today. It's quite a good spot for me right in this part of the agenda. We've heard from Dana, who takes a national perspective, and from Malcolm, and great work on the Trust Tairāwhiti survey, which surveys anyone in the region. And my talk's more specifically about whānau in Tairāwhiti who have sought support from navigators based in our community. So we're kind of zooming in on a smaller cohort of people. So everyone in Tairāwhiti remembers how Cyclone Gabriel affected them. For me, my mother was one of the people quite seriously affected. Her home was damaged when the Tairāwhiti River burst its banks and flooded through her property. So I actually took the opportunity to talk a little bit about her as well. And while there's some common themes from all the people affected, every person's story is unique, and the support that they need is unique to their circumstances. But the system for meeting our social and health needs in Tairāwhiti, it's not coping, not even in the best of times. So the question is, what happens when there's a crisis? And how can we better understand the needs of families affected? And how best can we get all of the agencies, community, iwi together to meet those needs? A little bit about my mum. This is her house. It is category 2, and that's her yellow sticker. Slash came down the river, created a dam, the riverbank burst, and the river went through my mother's property, and the water was up to 2 metres high. That red line shows how high the water was. And we went out to check on her on the morning of the 14th of February, and we're standing knee-deep in water on the road outside. We called for the fire service, and we're very grateful that they came along with a little dinghy, and we paddled in to evacuate her. So on the day of the cyclone, she has what I call cyclone-specific needs. You know, she needed to be evacuated, she needed accommodation. So, of course, she's been living with us for a year now. She needed health care, particular to the trauma that she'd suffered, having been home alone at night while this happened to her home. And she needed help cleaning up, and that's her car in the garage, which was submerged, so she needed transport. Later on, she had other needs, which I call recovery needs. She still has healthcare needs. She needs support with grief and loss. She needed some kind of navigator to help her understand the new language she had to learn, language from her insurance company, EQC, council, lots of other places that she had to learn new things. And at 76 years of age, without being very savvy with technology, she doesn't have an email address, she's never had the internet and doesn't use a computer. She had a very steep learning curve. And so I've kind of just gone through the needs that she had in the crisis stage, in the recovery stage, in the stage what I call business as usual, because actually that's where I work, in the business as usual part of trying to improve the effectiveness of our social sector. She still has lots of unmet needs and still has no answer about any certainty about what will happen to her home or where she will go to next. So my work in Manaaki Tairāwhiti, which does a lot of things, there are 3 of us who lead different parts of the work. Judy Campbell, who's the strategic advisor, has a business case or a roadmap for devolution to the region that we're pushing really hard on, because we know that better decisions can be made closer to home. And there are many aspects of our community wellbeing where we've seen through this crisis and many others in the past, the people that are best placed to make decisions are the ones right there on the spot. A piece of work that I lead has sought government funding over about 4 or 5 years and put new navigators or kaiuringi frontline workers into 10 different organisations. So we created 14 new funded positions to build the capacity and capability of our frontline workers in the community to respond to whānau who have social needs. And we've done that in partnership with 10 organisations. So Manaaki Tairāwhiti is not a service provider. We don't give people help. We fund community organisations and they employ the people that do the helping. Because actually that's where people already go. That's where people already have relationships with organisations in our community. So as well as adding more people to the front line who can respond to any kind of need that whānau might have, we've added flexibility to the way they work. And we've tried a new way of contracting that says, do whatever it takes to support whānau. We don't discriminate or decide, predetermine who's allowed to get help and who doesn't get help. And we've also, with that flexibility, given and encouraged the providers an opportunity to measure whānau-centric measures. What did whānau say they needed? What help did the kaiuringi or navigator give them? And then how did the rest of the system respond to the needs? And we also collect information about what gets in the way. When you need help, what's the reason you can't get it if you can't? So in the grey box over there, the providers who've got these navigators working in their organisations are Matapona Training Centre, CCS Disability Action, Your Way Kia Roha, New Life Fellowship, the Beneficiary Advocacy Trust. I've got to take Community Law Centre out because they don't have a navigator there now. Te Hapara Family Services, Tauwhi Men's Centre, Super Grands, and also our iwi Social Services, Ngāti Parau and Tūranganui a Kiwa. So these navigators are what I describe as the water you pour through the system to see where the holes are. And the information that we collect from whānau is only with their consent, and it's also not identifiable data. If you want to know if your system's working or not, you don't need to know people's names and addresses and you don't need to identify them. You just need to know whether they got the help they needed when they asked for it, and if they didn't, why not? And we started collecting our information using spreadsheets and post-it notes, and then we realised that we were going to need a little bit of technology to help us. So we went and did a pitch and got some funding, won an innovation prize, and we built a piece of technology. That's not the answer. I'm not here to tell you that we've got this fabulous piece of tech. It's just a tool that we use to be able to capture the voices of whānau in Tairāwhiti when they ask for help. And we can analyse that data. We've got the fabulous Debs Hancock from our team here, and she's the analyst that helps our navigator support people. Our other awesome team members, Lavi Potu, Lane Hyam and Alofa Iono, who work with our navigators supporting whānau to capture our understanding of what it is they need. Now, it won't be any surprise to you that navigators are working with over 1,000 whānau, and those whānau have got actually now close to 6,000 needs that have been captured. And what we've discovered is that in 47% of cases, whānau were not able to get the help they needed. And this is prior to the cyclone. So the thing I want us to be thinking about is, if our business as usual social sector is failing us half the time, what happens when a crisis occurs and more people like my mum are coming to those organisations, placing even greater demand on the services that they have to offer? I talk about the know-do gap. That's the gap between when we know how to do something better and when we start doing things based on the evidence that's been generated to improve the effectiveness of the work that we do. And in health and education, the know-do gap is between 10 and 17 years. That's pretty shocking to me. I think because we know better in Tairāwhiti, we need to work faster to implement the things that we know do work better, and we need to be doing that now, not waiting for 10 years before we start doing things better based on the knowledge that we have now. So I shared what types of things my mum needed in the cyclone and in the 12 months since the cyclone, but other whānau who have been, and this isn't this whānau voice, these speech bubbles here, are examples of whānau voice captured by our navigators in the community. This is not a specialist team that have come to town to work specifically with people affected by the cyclone. This is not the people that are working with Category 3 or Category 2. These are just your everyday frontline community workers in those organisations I mentioned before. And you can see that the needs that are expressed are really serious. Can everyone read those things there? I'll read a couple out. My house is leaking like hell. Can you ask someone if they can fix it, please? I need help to figure out how to get my dad into housing when he's discharged from the hospital. My dad's cabin got washed away in the flooding when he was in hospital and has nowhere to go once he gets discharged. We've got no road. It got washed away during the cyclone. My husband's been undergoing cancer treatment. We've had to go to the Apotiki way to do our shopping. With my husband not working, we're struggling financially. Do you know of any counsellors I can go to? It's all getting to me. The stress from the cyclone, complex health issues for my child, employment stress, finances, it's affecting everything. My work, me and my partner's relationship, my life. The cyclone really hit us. We were meant to be moving to Ruatoria. All of our stuff is up there, but we're stuck here. We have nowhere to go and barely anything to our name, and we need to be Aragizi by Sunday. Help. I need to apply for an advance to get some clothes and pay for my rent arrears as well as a food grant. My employer shut down due to the February flood, and I had to take a significant pay cut. I left all my clothes in my old home. So if the business as usual system has to absorb these people and we're already under great stress, do we push people further back down the line who've already been waiting? How do we cope? This is an overview of data that we've pulled out of our Uringi platform that's captured whānau voice from over 1,000 whānau about their experiences interacting with 9 systems and 46 subsystems. So an example of a system might be the health system, a subsystem might be the mental health part of the health system. About 82% of the outcomes have been documented by the navigators who are walking alongside those whānau as they seek help. 5,980 needs that those navigators are trying to help whānau to get support with. And 4,403 system barriers identified. So you can do the math, right? A very high barrier rate for people asking for help. So pre-cyclone, the types of need that were most prevalent, people needed help with carer support, they needed respite care, access to specialists was a big thing. The regular things you'd expect people to ask social sector for, clothing, income support. somewhere to live. The green bubble at the bottom is housing. And it's no surprise to any of us. By the way, I'm not going to tell you anything you don't already know. What I'm telling you is we now have a way of capturing it, measuring it, and having our own baseline data direct from whānau, not filtered by agencies, criteria or thresholds or assessment frameworks. February and March 2023, those needs as expressed by whānau had slightly changed. Much greater social development needs in the areas of income support, kai, clothing, furniture, furnishings and petrol. On the health side of things, the carer support, access to specialists, but a new one rising up, a new demand or need being expressed, help to deal with anger, which would be frustration, anxiety, and all of those other challenging emotions. And also there's somewhere to live, housing still very prevalent there. From March to December, we see the needs changing. Now in health, deal with anger is now at the top of the most frequently recorded need of that subsystem, of that type of help required. Then access to a specialist and medication and products. While the social development needs, kai, groceries and clothing are still much higher than that previous emergency need for furniture and furnishings. Somewhere to live is still really prevalent. So what Manaaki Tairāwhiti is aiming for strategically is that devolution to local approaches. Currently, nationally decided, regionally supported, locally implemented processes mean that our social sector gives whānau what we have to offer, rather than the future where if our system was devolved to be run more locally, we would listen first to what whānau say they need, and then we could implement programs and supports that actually deliver what people want, based on what they say they need, rather than a pre-selected range of programs and services that have been funded in our community, in many cases for decades, without very much ability to change. Regionally supported and nationally enabled is basically just give us the money and let us get on with it. Because we know in a crisis, all of us who live here, we are the first responders. We truly believe in scaling up whānau-centred, locally led and nationally supported approaches. And that's our alignment with the Manaaki Tairāwhiti purpose statement, which is enabling all whānau to flourish. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Leslyn, and thanks to your mother for allowing her information to be shared with us.
Kia ora, Kari. Would you like to comment on the trauma experienced by many of our whānau with two pāpaku who could not be buried because of the more level at our urupā?
Thanks, Paparau. I can only speak from my own personal experience. I can't say that we have data that we've captured about that specifically, although I'd have to go and look. But we all know the heartbreak and the pain that whānau have faced with regards to that issue. We had already had the experience of COVID, which meant that our cultural practices have had to change and adapt. And then the impact of the water table and, again, people having to change and adapt to what the current environment allows us to do. It's a very difficult and painful situation for whānau who are faced with the decisions that they have to make under those circumstances.
Okay, we're running a little behind time, so we might just keep moving along if that's okay, but Leslyn will be around for most of the day. Yep, awesome. And thanks to Debs who helped with the presentation too, I'm sure. Morris, Simeon, welcome.
Morena tātou, ko hika rangi te maunga, ko waiapu te awa, ko Ngāti Pākehā te iwi, ko Morohu toko ingoa. I'm second son of a second son of a second son on my father's side, and he's English, or was English. So I was born in the UK, came to New Zealand when I was 2 and have lived here since. I've spent most of my life here in Gizzy, having moved here from Ruatoria, I don't know, 30-something years ago. And I was teaching at Lytton for most of that time. And yeah, I've been interested in research pretty much since I started. I've spent out of my 40-year career teaching, I also managed to do part-time about 12 years equivalent of study. And I'm still studying. I'm currently trying to learn Korean because my wife is leading the way and encouraging me in that direction. But that's enough from me. I'm working a lot with my son Simeon, and I'll just hand over to him to introduce himself.
Kia ora everyone. My name's Simeon, and I'm going to keep it very brief because I know we're behind time. My background is heavily technology based, and so from today's point of view, that's where I'll be talking about.
Okay, so, gosh, I found it a little bit depressing listening to Leslyn. I'm sorry, my mood was going down and I was wanting a pick-up because I look out at the beautiful space out there and I find myself struggling because, yeah, I am totally aware that a book I've been reading, What We Owe the Future, says we've got multiple generations to go as a species if we don't destroy the planet in the meantime. But I'm very keen to do my bit to keep my moko alive and thriving in this community because I think it's a fabulous place. So, future-oriented local research. Oh, you want? Oh, okay. Oh, I could do this, yeah. I kind of wrap around this because I started my techie journey like 50 years ago when we were on punch cards and stuff, and that I only taught one group of students how to use punch card coding back in the day, and then computers moved on and all that sort of stuff. But I do think there is hope with some tools that can help us do a lot of things here in Tairāwhiti quicker, easier, and that's what we're going to look at in this presentation today. Okay, so how might we do research differently? I'm totally committed to the idea that the sort of research Malcolm presented earlier, which is the established sort of research where we have data that is in graphs and all of that sort of thing, is totally desirable and necessary, because anyone who's seen Hans Rosling's talk and his excitement about showing how progress has been made across the globe with health indicators and all is good news for us. I don't know how much of the work that is being done with the well-being is being translated into people's lives, but I know that sometimes, Leslyn, we've got to also step into the other side where we appreciate, at least today is a fine day, and that's not in any way to diminish where the needs are. I totally get that. I struggle with it and wake up a lot at nights because of that. But I do think we've got to somehow talk together enough to give each other hope. That's what I'm trying to make the essence of this presentation. So to do something a bit different in the innovative space, we've got to be doing a bit more adaptable and dynamic research, where we can actually see stuff not on a yearly basis. Yes, totally need to do that, but we need to see it almost pretty much instantly. And we can do that. We can see results. If we did this with you today, we'd be able to see the results up on the screen instantly. But how does that work? Well, we need to design it. And I loved it yesterday when they were talking about the co-designing. It's the people who are living in a space who need to be involved with the designing. Yes, you need research expertise to be able to do that, but you also need to design with the people, not just for them. You've got to do it with them. So when you're collecting, we've got these particular ideas of, we don't know the community there, but there are people who live there who can be community champions, are happy to collect the research and make it their own, and then also be part of analysing it together. Not just the expert from afar analysing it. I'm sorry, that doesn't work in this day and age and in this space that we're in. And here's the critical one, actions. Yes. Give us the money. Trust us. We know how to spend things to make a difference to our people. Totally agree with you, Leslyn. Don't just sit in your ivory tower back in Wellington and then get horrified when you come and visit. Oh, sorry, I'm getting too excited. I'm waking everybody up. Well, okay. So in terms of designing, there's a continuum. We can either have the researcher as a designer or we can have the community as co-designer. And the way it works, yep, you can put your little piece of the puzzle in there, or you can have a group of people putting all the pieces together. I know which one I like to be part of. The community as co-designer. What do you actually do? Well, you emphasize community-led initiatives, recognise the community as co-researchers and ensure the work is, what? Really relevant? Oh my gosh, what a notion to have there. Directly beneficial. Wow, okay. No real demands there. So I'm going to hand over to him to just calm down for a moment.
Good. Goodness me now. I don't know what to say after that. It's good. Look, the room is back alive again, so that's nice. As far as this is concerned, we do need to, when we're doing research, we really need to think about what kind of tools we're putting in front of people, what we're actually doing. So I'll give you an example. If you're giving people a survey, the last thing you want to do is have one survey for everyone, because they don't speak the same languages. Young people talk differently to my age group. You might need to talk in Te Reo or in Tongan. So when you design things, I'll just show you. So this is just an example of going into this is the research tool that we're using. The tool itself doesn't matter. The point is that when you're designing a survey, you need to be able to add multiple languages, and then you need to have a system, and there's other ways to do that. There's a system where you can basically go in and get the questions that you're asking people contextualized for their demographic or ethnicity. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense to them. And you're going to get a lot better responses. The questions all tie back to the same base, but the answers you get are very different if you ask them using language that they understand. There's really no point just talking at people and giving them standard wording which they do not relate to, okay? So this is just, this little demographic, this little animation here is just basically shown that we've added 3 different versions here, Te Reo version, a Rangatahi version, Tongan version, and you can go through in this tool and just reword all those questions appropriately, and when that particular demographic or ethnicity is filling out a survey, they will get the right wording, appropriate wording for them that they can relate to. I'm going to pass back to Dad. Brace yourself.
I don't know. Okay, so data collectors. Data collectors, we have traditional data collecting, going out, seeing people with our checkboxes and all our tick lists and all of that sort of stuff. And then we've got the community champions who sit down with people in their homes or in their workplaces and actually collect the significant stories or perspectives. One of the things that we do with this tool, which I think is really powerful, is yesterday I was listening to Holly talk about analysing all the stories. I've been there, done that. That was my doctorate, was analysing teacher conversations, all right? But it's so much more powerful if you get people able to locate where their conversation fits, if they do that themselves. So placing the perspectives of the stories that they tell in different dyads and triads, and all which we'll explain shortly, is very much one of the features that we think this is not only time-saving, but it's also making it more powerful in terms of easily accessible results. Because at the end of the day, we want to say, how can we get more stories like this and fewer like that? That's what we want to be able to say. So our policy was that the data and stories collected by trusted members of the community, the data belongs to the community, and you get spiral feedback loops. And by the way, I didn't want to say it while our politicians were here, but I do think people's time is valuable and they should be paid in either a petrol voucher or a supermarket voucher or whatever for their time just filling out the data. It's their precious time. They're giving it to you, even though, you know, it's to the betterment of the community down the track. I do think that on an individual level, it's a wonderful thing if you could just give them a koha right away. Okay, so where are we up to? Oh, you again. Yeah. Fantastic.
We do this little switching thing. No, it's just because the technology part is more my comfort zone. So I'm just going to show you, after Gabrielle, Dad and I were sitting down, we'd finally managed to reconnect, and we had the conversation about what we could do. And so we designed, the tool itself is called SenseMaker, that's irrelevant, but we designed a survey for people, and we actually went out and used what we were just talking about. We had community champions in some of the most heavily affected areas fill out this SenseMaker. Now, if you look closely at this design, it's simple, elegant, easy to understand. It's not your typical, here's a lot of words, here's a lot of questions you don't understand. It's designed to be visual. It's using concepts that people are familiar with, like manaakitanga, whanaungatanga, all of these local-based things. Now, it's also capturing data in different ways. So this is an example of triads. So you're picking between 3 different areas. So you're getting very granulated data here, and this actually is a very powerful back end on the research. You'll see in some of the data presentation later on. So I've sped up some of the video here. Here's another one. This one here, you're actually placing different aspects of well-being onto how things were before and after Gabrielle. And what this does is it allows people to really see specifically how they're being affected, not just generally, but specifically. And with this data, you can overlay this in heat maps and do all sorts of really interesting things with it later on. The point is, you want to reduce friction for people. If you really want, their time is valuable, you want to make the experience of helping share their experiences and their data as effortless and painless as possible. We collect, the crucial part about this is, so we're collecting data here about everything from did you run out of cash, did you run out of petrol, and then we collect the stories that go with that. So that when you actually look later on at the data, you can say, oh, this group of people here that were affected, what are their stories? What actually happened to them? And that makes a real difference. This is when you get very, very powerful data, but data's in the next section, so I'm going to leave that. You can see here, this is checkboxes, you know, so they're selecting, they've just entered a test story. We collect the basic demographic information without going too deep, because that links back to national standards, so it makes the data more applicable across in the future for those organisations that need to have those linkings. So there's a lot of depth in here. Like I say, this is 137 people completed this. We have a huge amount of data, but it's not our data, so we're not sharing the results. We're sharing the survey or sense maker that was done, just like the word survey, but the result's not.
Okay, where are we up to? Analysing. Analysing, yeah, back to the idea of stories. I know firsthand about analysing stories. My primary driver in doing my own thesis was this guy called Ludwig Wittgenstein, who only wrote one real research thing in his life, and that was his doctoral study called Principia Mathematica, but he left behind a huge collection of notes. He was a wonderful lecturer, professor at Oxford University, and he was inspiring to me because it allowed me to kind of look at this observation, look at that observation, and join the dots. So that's more the approach we're taking. Just because on this occasion someone says this, and then they say that the next day, and then they say the other a couple of days later, doesn't mean any of those are wrong or more important. It's the collection and the joining the dots that the researchers have to do. So, analysing, if you analyse with people as a group, where would you place it? Would you take them one-on-one, or would you get them to look at the data together and say, oh, we think it means this. We think these stories mean we should have more X. We think whatever. Which way would we like it to go? The experts, sorry, you can tell my sense of humour here, stuck in a block of ice, immovable, or the locals all working together, hopefully. Just the idea of what might it look like, people working together. I'm hoping following this symposium that we're going to end up having a lot more people having conversations as researchers, looking forward how we might do things together. Because if we can present results to the community in real time, and people know at a meeting like this, and we have done this with a couple of groups, if they can see straight away, oh, this is what's happening, then they can start planning action straight away while they're in the room, while they've got the energy of the others around them. Okay, swapping again.
It's like interrupting a flow. So the point of this here, if you look at some of this data, this is actually with all the axes removed and everything, this is actually some of the data that we collected during Gabrielle. So, you know, you can see down here in the word cloud how how it was. And this is when if you were paying attention when the draft survey was going up, this is an example of a triad down here, and it's making heat maps to show where people are actually sitting. So you've got incredible granularity in here, and you can do a lot of detailed analysis here. There's basic demographics, there's multi-choice, there's all those things. Over here, there's a heat map, so every time you do get one of those diodes, those sliders that you just cross over, it actually turns into a heat map as soon as you put it into cross it with something else interesting. So you can cross any piece of information with another one, and that gives you some really unexpected insights. The one where the people were dragging their individual mental health and things across, you get these very detailed heat maps. And again, you can select any of these data points and actually look at the stories behind it, which is really where this comes into play. So in this one here, so this is just showing the interface, just to go back to that point. If you've got a whole bunch of data here, this is actually from a little version of the wellbeing survey we did earlier on. If you've got data here, you can go through, you can change how it's displayed and do all that nice stuff, but more importantly, what you'll see in a second is I'm going to select a group there, and all their stories are showing. So I can see their stories now. I can change this, I can put on as many filters as I like, I can look at anything I like, I can grab that bit of data and everything will adjust. So I know exactly what that little group's feeling like about whatever it is. And this gives the community, their data to really have a look and find unexpected things. Why are these little voices, why are these outliers, what are they saying, what are their stories? So it's a very powerful base to work from. It gives the community a lot more information to work with. I think it's back to that. Yeah.
I had time for a breath. Okay, so business as before, focused or vision focused. I don't think we've got time to mess around. I think we're going to be faced with another weather event in the not too distant. Who knows what it's going to be or when it's going to be? But we haven't got time to spend the next couple of years trying to get back to business as before, in my humble opinion. So the tools of what we've been used to, we need a new magic box of tricks. We just need to unravel some of the things that could be and work together to say, hey, you're doing this. Why don't we work together and look at the tools that are available now? A year ago, we didn't have ChatGPT, AI, any of that available to us. We do now. A year ago, we had a whole bunch of researchers in Tairāwhiti trying to make sense of all the publications and all that. We're working together under a deadline to get stuff for the inquiry. Gosh, that could be done in like 2 days now. Honestly, the tools are available. They were not available then. They are now. We need to make the opportunities real. Just make it happen. So you're going to take over again.
Take over and then you can finish off. Only because it's tech stuff, because this is the part that's really my interest. So this is AI. I've spent a lot of time in the last year looking at these tools and trying to see how we can actually make a difference with these things, because they started out with a pretty bad reputation. That's since changed, and it's rapidly changing even further. And there are certain applications. For example, if you've collected a group of stories and you really want to analyze that for sentiment and cross that with qualitative data, you can do that very quickly. We should be leaning into these tools now. We should be, as a region, thinking about how we can safely, ethically, all of those things, but we should be using them. We should be doing this more, and because what it does is it takes away that enormous drain of time where you're doing things that people don't like to do. We should be using the tools better to give us more time to focus on the decisions and all the actions and things that we need to do, and these sorts of tools are useful. Now, I'm not going to run through these. You can generate images to make things more interesting for people when they're filling out research. You can do, this one over here is doing this is an AI voice capture that is actually running through and based on your responses dynamically feeding back to you. This will capture the data and lead people through the interview process. There's a lot of new tools. The specifics don't matter. What's important here is that we are aware of what's going on, and if we're going to create a different future, just trying to get back to business as usual is not going to do it. We need to do more than that. We need to think to the future, okay? And we've got all these tools here. I've worked with them for a long time now. There's a lot of potential here. We should be spending some time and effort looking at all this stuff. I'll pass you back to Dad now, so. Careful.
Okay. This was something that inspired me a few years ago and is actually the basics for it. It's saying we've got a predictable sort of spaces, and there's some parts of it are really simple where you can see the patterns easily, like in that Potama pattern there. Everybody can see that. You can have best practice. You know what the rules are. Just do it this way. All right? Then there's the more complicated space where, okay, things have broken down a little bit. It takes a bit of expertise to see in that you've got the pointers to the Southern Cross and you've got the Tamariki cluster, and you need some level of expertise to be able to notice those patterns. Then you get the unpredictable spaces of the complex one. And the reason I'm putting this up is because the Cynefin framework, Dave Snowden was the guy who sort of designed this framework, and it came about because of the 9/11 bombings of the Twin Towers, and the CIA came to him and said, how come we didn't know anything about all that potential and all the unrest below the surface? And he guided them through and said, because basically you were focused on the wrong areas. You were not looking in the complex space. And so again, in the complex space there, it takes in the top left-hand corner of that. Oh, time's up. Sorry. Okay. All right, I'll take it. Calm down. Okay, so what type of research are we mostly doing in Tairāwhiti? What type? What style? What could we be doing? What could we be doing? That's the question. Closing remarks. It took us 2 days, a pair of us, to design that sense maker for Gabrielle. 137 participants, 2 weeks to the start, 6 weeks total to the finish. Gosh, with the tools we've got today, it would be half the time or less. And it'd look better. It'd be easier to do, and we could get it out to our community champions so much quicker. What would they do with it? Well, they'd be looking for more stories like these and fewer like those. They'd be problem solving for their local communities. And you wouldn't have people in Tineroto trying to tell those, oh, this is our story, and you're in Te Karaka, and your stories are different. So what? It's for each community to determine what next, where to go next. So that's really, in a nutshell, where we're at. And probably, Manu, there's no time for questions, never mind. But imagine if this research symposium was being held 2 months after Gabrielle instead of 1 year later. Would we be having different conversations back then? Would we be planning differently? Think about it.
hand question.
I join you in your excitement because I'm an eco-matua. I'm in the digital industry and I'm a linguist. I work together with a technical engineer and we are garage technicians. We live in a garage and have been for 15 years developing Reo Māori. And we made the clear decision that the English language will pay for the Māori language, the growth of the Māori language. So what we've decided is that 80% of the funds that we receive will go to the maraes and 20% to our operation. Because I believe that is the future. Funds will have to be distributed back from those institutions into our community. Because Reo belongs to us, it doesn't belong to Google. But Google's claimed the authority on it. And what we have to do is remove that. And so I'm just sharing with you, no question to ask.
Thank you, Uncle. Okay, we will break for a short break instead of a long one. 10 minutes? No, we'll blame the politician. She's gone, so we can do that. And she did talk longer than she was supposed to. So, morning tea through there, and ko ka Hayley will bless our kai. Thank you. So about 10 minutes, folks, and we'll just grab something, maybe get some fresh air, and be back quickly.
Morning tea break, but grab something, feel free to bring a coffee back through here. Oh, no, this is their special research rōpū. Cool, we're good. Yeah. You do it. I already did it. Manu, do you want to go and cork around?
Okay, everybody, let's reconvene. No.
How do you change the screen back? So
They do it down there. I think. So we're just got to put it into. Yeah, now these don't match those because it's yesterday's one, because you didn't do another one. Because you're so onto it. Can we get rid of my face on the thing, or is that part of it? That's quite good. Okay, folks, we've got a really interesting panel now, digesting, interrogating the experiences of our local health impacts research team. So take it away, Holly.
Kia ora manu. Morena, everyone. So, whenever there is a disaster, anywhere in the world, an earthquake, a tsunami, a flood, a cyclone, the researchers come flooding in. Mostly, this is very well-meaning. Researchers want to know how to understand what happened, to predict, to prevent, and to support recovery initiatives. They come in the hope that the research they do will be helpful in some way. But sometimes they arrive without much knowledge of the community that they're coming into, and sometimes with deep assumptions that they have the solutions to local problems. Sometimes they come rushing in looking for data, racing off to write the first paper on the topic, mostly for their own professional benefit. Of course, this is not all disaster researchers, but when communities are grieving, still in pain and suffering, there is the risk that research can do harm. And there's been a growing acknowledgement of the ethics of doing research in disaster and post-disaster spaces. And it was a knowledge and an awareness of these issues that shaped our project that we spoke on yesterday. Our research project was shaped by an ethic of care throughout everything we did. We worked to adopt a trauma-informed approach. We recognised that our communities, our families and friends had been through a lot, and many are still struggling. So this community knowledge and our relationships with our community intimately shaped our approach to doing this mahi. So in this panel today, we will share some insights into our individual and collective processes of doing this research in, with and for our community, and in dialogue with researchers from the University of Auckland and for the report to the Ministry of Health. So we're just going to have this as a bit of a panel conversation where our team can speak to their own experiences. This topic, these issues, were often the focus of our conversations right from the very beginning of thinking about the project. Who do we talk to? How do we have these conversations? What happens? And, often would have people would feel fine and say yes, and then sit down, and in the middle of an interview, the tears would come, the emotions would emerge. How do you as a researcher respond to that in appropriate ways? I think each of our team dealt with that in their own ways, drawing upon their own knowledge and cultural values and interactions and relationships. So I'm going to start with the first question here to our panel of researchers. What were some of the things that you or we did to make sure our participants felt safe and respected during the research process? And what was most important to you, your participants, in trusting us to do this mahi, to look after their stories and to do something with the research?
I guess I'm starting. Trying to remember the question properly now. So I think for me personally, the people I spoke to were people who were part of my own whānau anyway, or my own wider community. So that really helped because I already knew them. The whakawhanaungatanga side of it had already happened because we already had that relationship. Anyone I didn't know that well, we just did a bit of whakawhanaungatanga before anything started. And that's literally things like, how's your day been? Oh man, did you hear about such and such? We're just trying to create a bit of a safe environment for them. And then just being very, very clear about our ethics and having really thorough discussions about the forms that we need them to sign and all of that kind of stuff. Just, I think for a lot of the people I spoke to, that made them feel a lot safer. Also knowing that the information was anonymised afterwards, I think really helped as well. It gave them an opportunity to speak openly. And honestly, kapa tea goes a really, really long way. And I think, when I went to do some of my interviews, I would take something to contribute to a kapa tea, and that always really helps. But yeah, enough from me.
Ai tautoko ai ngā kōrero ko kōrero tia e Hiria. I think to add to it too, and she'd said about whakawhanaungatanga, like most of us knew or had a relationship already with the participants. So we also knew if they were religious. So karakia was another form of beginning or setting the scene or making them feel comfortable, whether it was a karakia in their own language. With myself personally, I worked with a lot of Pasifika whānau or community members, so already I knew that they would appreciate that we start off in prayer or some sort of karakia, yeah.
Yeah, and just off the back of that as well, for me was also empowerment and collaboration. So, showing empowerment through giving them the opportunity to share their voice, to have their input, and then knowing that that is going to be part of something really special that we've got here. you know, we were there, we let them have their input, we listened, we heard them, and now we're able to share that back with the community and get recommendations from their voices.
Yeah, I think, whakawhanaungatanga was a big one. So pretty much we leant into the relationships, the existing relationships that we had, or there would be referrals from our own relationships, and then you would go into if you didn't know somebody well, you'd have to go through, we'd spend time going through our backgrounds, our whakapapa, and that would often put people at ease. So, oh yeah, I know your father. Oh right, I know your father. Okay. So I know where to come if I'm not happy. I'm going to go to your father. So definitely there, you know, relationships was key. And then I think too there's a lot to be said about the mana of wahine. I just think we all brought this specialness to the kaupapa, just being wahine.
Tautoko.
Te whare a tāhua tēnā koe. Te rōpu e hui mai nei I tēnei rā. Ngā whanaunga ngā hoa. Ngā hau e whā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko rau whokatoko ingoa, aka Paparau. Obviously the one man out, not a wahine. I thought I'd share with you why I'm here with this, as I described them yesterday as puti puti a tāhua. Ngā puti puti a tāhua, these beautiful wahine. I think the fact that this panel, these researchers were A, wahine, and B, local. They were from Tairāwhiti. They were of our people. They weren't outsiders. It was very important, which is a bit like, sorry, I can't remember your name, but I enjoyed your kōrero when you spoke about your people in the community as agents in your discussions. Whakawhanaungatanga is very important to me, obviously. I've just identified myself as ko hauhe te maiti no Ngāti Porou. I'm the mokopuna of te Rauhui e Taiapa te tuakana o ngā tohonga whakairo Pine Taiapa. And having that connection with our people during a research project is very important. I'm mindful of the fact that many of our people are still emerging from the darkness left by Gabriel, and I'm mindful of saying that Hemi Taumonu, Judge Hemi Taumonu talks about mai te pō ki te ao marama, going from the darkness into the light, and there are many of our people still in the darkness, still struggling. And that's why I consider these research projects so important. Anyway, I'll pass on to the reason I'm here. My mokopuna Holly, I said to her yesterday, I was a bit taken aback when she asked me to be on this panel. I suppose the reason I became involved is that I'm involved with many community organisations. I'm a kaumātua for the police. I'm a pakeke on Te Paeoranga, the iwi Justice Panel. I'm a patron and kaumātua for Tairāwhiti Men's Centre, kaumātua for Te Paeoranga Mauria Te Pono. What I'm saying is that I'm involved with many groups in this community, and the reason I'm here is because I was able to use the network I have amongst our whānau to help in this project. So kia ora.
Kia ora Paparau. Those connections and relationships were critical, and the energy you brought to this project was incredible. The text messages, the calls, come around here, we're sitting around your table in your lounge there, and we've got the map out, and you need to talk to this person and this person. Oh, I was talking to this person the other day. Yep, we're going to go in there and have a chat with them. And, you know, really, really helpful, Ralphie, in terms of helping us get into spaces that we wouldn't otherwise have got into. But also, we don't carry that light, you know, we don't take that lightly, you know, if it's coming through you or it's coming through our family connections who have helped us sit in front of somebody or be with somebody in that space. That brings an extra kind of weight and responsibility to the project too. And I think we all felt that. You know, sometimes there's this idea that science needs to be objective, and that, you know, going through your personal networks and relationships is somehow compromises the objectivity of the research, and that's absolutely not the ethic of care that wove through our kaupapa. It was actually recognising the trauma and upset and harm that's still out there, as we needed to work with those relationships, and that was critical and so important in terms of the trust that people put in us, and we don't carry that lightly. I know we all will continue to fight for the project in that way. And it moved people too, sitting down and having those kōrero with us. Afterwards, people would, some people walked out of the room, you know, a couple of inches higher, almost like a cathartic experience to let that go. Others, it was quite, you know, some people, one woman wrote a poem to us afterwards about her reflections after the experience, or, you know, and being there on the other side of it. So it's not go in, get the data, goodbye, never see you again, actually, and going back to our communities and groups afterwards, and that's the next stage of it as well. So obviously the primary focus of this research was the health and wellbeing impacts of extreme weather events on our community. But as Paparau said yesterday, it's not about us, and I agree, but also this research has had an impact on us as well in lots of different stages, and sometimes surprising ways when you're sitting there, or someone takes, you know, you arrive to an interview and then they take you through their house that's been destroyed. Or, you know, we learned very early on to make sure we take the tissues along with us, because sometimes the emotions come out. But driving home from some of those interviews, or it's like a wave of feeling as well, because you're witnessing someone else's trauma. And then again, when you're sitting with the transcripts and you're checking those and you're coding those and analysing those, it's also just feeling all of those emotions in our community. So I'd be interested to know how the doing of this research, the listening to and sharing these stories, has impacted you, and how you've responded to that.
I'd just like to comment on, I was not an interviewer, but I was privy to a number of interviews, mainly of people who I knew. And I was very mindful of the need for sensitive, professional dialogue during these interviews, and I was most impressed with what I observed. And feedback I got from those who I viewed being interviewed was very positive, very appreciative of the opportunity to share their pūrākau, to share their story, to share their mamae. But more so, their appreciation in the transcripts, these very accurate transcripts of the interview that they received afterwards. Was greatly appreciated.
Well, I was a little bit naive. I didn't fully prepare myself for what we were walking into, and often, yeah, there was a lot of trauma shared that I wasn't ready for, but was not only moved by, but felt quite privileged and honoured to be receiving. So, yeah, there was a lot of naivety from me when I first started. But, you know, and then as things, because no one was untouched, and so we had a lot of whānau or community members who were sharing, but even those in professional roles like, you know, first responders were sharing grief too that they had experienced. So it was quite draining actually, and so, you know, as I found a lot of comfort being able to share with our team and offload that way, but yeah, I was not prepared for it. I didn't realise it was coming. I should have, given the topic, and now I know. But I felt, so even we've talked as aunties about us having our own time to tuku, to let go of this kōrero. These taonga stories, we've been calling them, that we've received, but yeah, for us as researchers, I think, yeah, that we need to take care of ourselves because, yeah, it was, sometimes we were meeting people for the first time and they just would share their pain that they had experienced. So, yeah, I think that's me.
Yeah, apart from the obvious things of feeling people's sadness, their grief, the heaviness of it all, I think something that I learnt from it was I really enjoyed the stories of communities and how they pulled together. Yeah, and we're just there for one another. And yeah, so that was one of my favourite parts, and also the hope that people still have and hold.
Yeah, personally too, I agree with what Josie said about not being prepared, being a little bit naive, because we had time to, you know, prepare for the interviews as a team. We would practice on each other, our approach, and then how we're going to ask the questions and, you know, all of that. And then you finally get to your first real life interview and someone starts getting emotional. So, and whoever transcribed the interviews would have heard a lot of this as well. Like when you would go, oh, well, sorry, I didn't bring any tissues. I'll just go get you some tissues. And, you know, there was a little bit of, you know, that kind of stuff that happened in the interview, real human stuff. And also, we were getting emotional too ourselves. So if someone started to cry, you can't turn that emotion off and not cry with them or feel for them and give them an awhi, you know. So I think that's something that was, I don't know, it didn't toughen us up, it just allowed us to be aunties or mamas or friends or, yeah. So I think that was something really, that was a good experience about conducting these interviews, is that we were allowed to be human too during the process. And I think it helped as well during the interview for the interviewees who were also given an opportunity to actually work through that emotion. Some actually just realised on the spot, oh my goodness, I didn't even know I had this anxiety, or I didn't know that I hadn't expressed this to my wife. So it was, yeah. We ended up being counsellors too during the interviews, and but I think it was really healthy for everyone in the end. And yeah, as long as we were talking with each other and helping each other through it, and, you know, expressing what we'd experienced, and then also doing whatever we do personally as individuals to let that go or wash it away and not carry it with us into the future.
Yeah, taitoko i ngā kōrero katoa, like it was very much like that, I think, for all of us. And having a network and having our names as being like aunties was really good. And for me, I love that. I'm a new auntie. My sister had my nephew, he's 2 years old now, so I'm technically a new auntie, but love it. Love it, love it, love it. But before all of this, I was a kohanga teacher, so I have been in that realm of care for younger people. It's just this time it was people older than me. It's a very different experience, but having my aunties to lean on was amazing. And I think for me, it was actually coding was where I got very emotional. So the interviews, yes, hearing the kōrero, but you kind of have to hold yourself in a very certain way when you're doing these interviews because it's their time, it's their kōrero, their turn to break down. You can have a little tangi with them, but it's not your turn yet. But then when you go through and you're coding everything and you're rereading everything, you're just in your own mind and you're just sitting there with these kōrero and you have to take a break. And, you know, I've got dogs and they were amazing for me because there was times when I had to walk away from transcripts and then come back to it and try again because it was, yeah, it was really emotional kōrero, but I think because we felt so deeply about these kōrero, we fought so hard for them and we've made sure that they maintain their mana because it's so important. The kōrero that comes from this community is amazing and it's so valuable, and I think valuable not just for our own community but for others, and you just can't get that if you don't sit there with those people and tangi with them. That's my view. Kia ora.
Quite obviously, what I've just heard are a group of reviewers who are champions, community champions, like was being suggested by the last speaker. I'm very proud of the work this whānau have been involved in, and I certainly hope to continue my association with them in the future.
We hope so too, Paparau. One of the things that I learned from this project, and it's not something, a technique that I've ever used before, and I've, you know, done research in post-earthquakes Christchurch and New Orleans and Gaza and Afghanistan, but actually what I think worked in really powerful ways was the team approach. And so when we were able to, one of us would be doing the interview or the focus group and the other would be there to have the kai, sort out the paperwork, if tissues are needed. So that meant that if you're doing the interview or the focus group, you can be really present and not distracted by, you know, the things in the environment. If it's too loud, making sure you're closing a door or, you know, making sure the recording's okay. And I think that team approach was really helpful, not just in the doing of the interviews, but actually the whole process. And there's been so many times we've been checking in on each other and unpacking the emotional journey of this. And I guess it's a real contrast to what we heard in the previous session about we can do research faster and we can use digital apps, and actually I think very good research needs to go slower in these kinds of situations and be more careful and actually sitting with, and it's really embodied research. You feel it through your whole body actually, and I think that's where really rich and meaningful research can come from. So I don't always think, you know, there's a place for fast research, but I think sometimes slow scholarship in and with community takes time.
This mahi became mahi aroha as far as they were concerned.
Aroha, I just thought of something as Holly was having a kōrero. It didn't also just affect those that we interviewed or the participants. There were relationships or, well, in the backgrounds within communities of people, you know, other relationships, we were either making good ones or we were making bad ones, where people would be, you know, some powers that be that would say, who do they think they are? Who do they think they are? Who does that person think they are to speak on behalf of? So there was, you know, there was all the good stuff that were happening, and I know if you're a community worker, you know that there is that type of relationship that happens within the community too. So we had to also protect ourselves from that as well, and try and mend bridges, which is, wow, yeah, after Gabriel, mend bridges. It's a bit of a joke, eh? But yes, mend bridges in regards to relationships within communities as well. Yeah. And then also front some of the bad relationships within our communities.
And I want to thank Josie for helping us navigate some of those complexities in our community, because I know there are a lot of time, a lot of thought, a lot of consideration into navigating those spaces and those dynamics. But I'm going to close it now. I'm getting the nod from Manu. We're going to keep on track here. But thank you to our team for the kōrero today and sharing some of that. But yeah, over to you, Manu.
I just tautoko that mihi to Josie, who I don't know if it's a hospital pass, but probably felt like it a lot of times, but who agreed to step up. She didn't think that she could do it, but she did an amazing job of keeping this team, or building the team and keeping it together. So thank you very much, Josie. Awesome. Okay, this person's got a great biography as well. She's married to an awesome fella. But yeah, welcome, my darling.
Kia ora no tātou, tēnā tātou te whare. Ai, kei te mihi, ka mihia ki ngā kōrero, ko kōrero hea, ko whakatakatoria, a tēnā o tātou. Yeah, got to speak right into the mic, eh? He pēki mihi kia koutou manu, takitārini, o tira, kia koe Renee. Stephanie, who's at the back doing all the important things like keeping us fed and watered, kare ko atu i ngā tangata kei Muri ra, ki te kore a Muri e tika ka kore rawa a mua e whakahaere pai ana. So kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Tūanau i te tihi o tū Tairāwhiti, ka tuku te toro auta, ka tuku te toro ātai. Ka anga ku whatu ki ngā maunga whakahi, ara kia aorangi, kia hukurangi, a karuruku a te rangi tāwaia, i ona ri nena e. A hūtonu mai ki te ahi a te atua, te hiwi tapu o te kāinga nei. He ke whakararo ki ngā wai ratarata o te mākarika. Whakawhiti mai ki te makatote, he pā kōkupu, he pā tuna. Hana tū ki rongo haere, hana ke mai ki rongo i te kai, te puna o te haka upoko kauaka, kai ko areare. It just grounds me, because I've got a physically tinana, whakatau ia hau. Hoi anō rā, ka mihi ki te runga rawa o ngana manaakitanga ko whakatau ki runga i a tātou i tēnei wā. Tangihia ngā mate huhua te wā, ka maumaharangia i a rātou ki konei rātou, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Haere atu rā, koutou ki tua o te ara. Ārai, haere, haere, haere atu rā. Huri noa ki a tātou te hunga ora, ngā kanohi ora o rātou mā, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Te hau kainga, te ahi kā o konei, tēnei whenua, rongo whakaata, te aitanga maha ki, ngai tā manuhiri, te pāo, te poho rāwari, Ngāti Ononi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. O tērā kia tātou ko whakawhai i tēnei runga, tēnō kaupapa o tērā nei. Tēnā tātou. Kia kore au e wari hoki i tērā taha ōku o tērā ōtiru o Waiapu. Te whānau a tāpuhi, te aohau, te marae, ko tiki anō hoki, rangitoki a taku kāinga anō hoki. Tēnā tātou te whānau. I don't want to take heaps of time. Manu, how do I read this? That one? Here. Cool. Ko wau, ko koe, ko wau. So over the weekend we did this amazing collaboration with Toi Aria, Massey University. Anna Brown brought up a whole heap of artists to collaborate with local whānau from here. So it was really exciting. And I was coupled with Jean Manu Donaldson. She's only 24 and an amazing illustrator and digital artist. So these are the, So these are the pictures. So I took her up home. So Makarika, 10 k's before Rotoria, that's where we live. And on my pā rongo i te kai. And so this is, we collaborated together, and this is a little kōtare that sits on my fence post, comes down to check on us. And this is her view of my landscape. And kotaku, it's not only just us as people, but ngā kararehe katoa. So this is her perspective when she's flying around my hood. So as you can see, there's aorangi, hukurangi, so she flies up and she scans. And there's the Makatoti Makarika, and Te Puno o Te Haka, which is Rongo Haere and Rongo i Te Kai Mai Marae. I go walking up my hill every day. And so I'm so blessed to be greeted by aorangi and hukurangi every day. And so there's me in the foreground there and my dog Tiki. And then down where our house is, this is the cottage and our caravan, and here's Manu's plants ready to go up to be planted to regenerate our whenua. And this is my pā. Okay, 5 minutes left. I'm going to cry. No, so this is my pā. My nanny is a McLean, and she brought me up. My grandparents brought me up, and we would always come back here. Rongo haere, rongo i te kai. I grew up here in Gisborne, mostly back of Tauwharepārai, Hunui Station, so I've got close links to Tolaga, Uawa. As a kid, so I understand the whole, like the farming, grew up in it. And my grandfather, he's a koia, he worked really hard, he's shepherd, could do anything, a fencer, so I get it. So totally, everything in terms of forestry and farming and growing up at the pā is in my bones. So so that's, so here we are. So we are, rolling hill country, got rivers, and as a block, as a whānau, we are the responsible trustees. So the why, ka mua, ka muri, walking backwards into the future. Kia hau nei karehe wehinga, mua, muri, ngā rā, ko taha ake, taino ki tēnei wā tunu, there's no separation. So those are my tupuna up there, and there's my daughter and myself sitting, but we are one and the same. And I've got a constant reminder of where we've come from and where we're going to. So everything our ancestors survived in order to bring us forward lives in us today. Not just their struggle and suffering, but also their skill, talent, perseverance, and genius. It's my nene tipuna in the middle there. So how do we, as the mokopuna, activate and ignite these very same skills, talents, and mātauranga in the face of climate crisis? We won't be able to regenerate landscapes until we regenerate the cultures that can steward those landscapes. As a whānau and a marae, what are our capacities to steward hei kaitiaki mō tātou pā whenua awa maunga? What holds us back? It's about being conscious, intentional, and strategic. What are our strengths, our opportunities, weaknesses, and fears? So it's really asking ourselves the hard questions and coming out with the answers. Ka tuku te toro auta, ka tuku te toro ata is pretty much whakatauki if you've read any of Monty Suter. Monty Suter's actually my uncle, and he comes from Rongo i Takai. So we're pretty amazing. So I'm reminded of him because he wrote our history in terms of Te Atanga Mate. And he researched it, so he's a well-known historian, researcher, because this is a research symposium. And so what it essentially means to me is from the sea to the mountains, we will strategize to not only survive, but to thrive. So to plan creatively and to act courageously. And that's what my tupuna have left as a blueprint, as a model. Me pihe te mahi the how, ma te tika te pono me te aroha. In truth, honesty and love, it's about the journey, the process, not just the outcomes, which takes time and building a whole lot of trust. So just a quick overview, I'm going to quickly go through slides, is the purpose of our Kāinga Taonga projects, which Renee and I, in our different pa and our different land blocks are involved in. Response to the impacts of climate change and the events that have happened over the last year, and our learnings, hopes and dreams. So this is the purpose of our project, our research project. How can taonga tuku iho help Māori communities respond to climate crisis? Activating taonga tuku iho, developing community climate resilience plans, creating new taonga to communicate climate resilience plans and produce resources to tautoko other Māori communities. So it's pretty aspirational. As you can see, 1935, that's the opening of our pa, and then that was just last year. We were going hard. We've been doing reo and waiata wānanga. So kei te ora tunu i ngā tipuna, i a tātou, i a mātou ngā mokopuna tamariki. So engaging marae blocks, identifying existing taonga. So as you can see, with he puna o te haka, we come from a long line of composers and haka exponents. And as you can see, it still lives on in us as ngā uri nai tunu. So activating all that has been and then creating new taonga as well. And also developing mitigation plans so that we can survive into the future. So te take, how do we get here? As we know, colonisation, capitalism, neoliberal ideology. So we do have to understand the political climate, how we've got here. It's not just about going, oh, Gabrielle just happened last year. It hasn't just happened last year. It's ehe ke ngā tau, ko taha ake, 100 years of using, and bless, we all our different generations have just done what we've done to survive. And so that meant, taking all our native forest off for pasture and for farming. And in the 80s, after Bowler, it was forestry. So, but all those decisions have resulted in where we are now. Last year, Gabrielle wasn't just, e harai te mea he mea poka noa, wasn't just a random act. Every choice we make today, how I live, affects tomorrow, affects how my mokopuna are going to be here. So that's, industry practices that have degraded our whenua, our collective trauma, heke, so we're in a state of imbalance now, ko titaha. And how do we get back into balance? Because Papatūānuku is telling us, ka nui, e me whakarongo tātou. Ki te kore, well, we know where we're going. We're going to just keep getting heaps of these severe weather events. So it's been impacts on access and jobs, kai production, industry and employment, and te reo me ona tikanga cultural practices, COVID, cyclones. People haven't been able to get back home. My whānau in Wellington are hurting when Natasha has to say, no, you karetaita hoki mai ki te pā, because ko katia nā te, mate corona, can't come back home because, of COVID, and then cyclones of roads out. So people are really hurting not just at home, but kei te whenua, and we've got to just start listening to each other, because when we're disconnected from the whenua and disconnected from each other, well, you don't have to be a flash researcher to know hea ha te hua ka puta, what the consequences are. It's mamai. So me pi he te haere whakamua. So I've just got some quotes about, our connection to the whenua. He koroingoa ngā kau a wairua. And so this is a slip here. It's at home. As we heard from the previous rōpū in their research, everyone is mamai. But so cool, we need to be cognizant of that, kia mātara, kia oho. But we need to go there to know where to next, we need to feel the mamai, and then be able to know how can we move forward. I love this quote by Papa John Rangihau no Tūhoi. I believe that we have a spiritual tie to the land, that the spiritual and emotional qualities which our whenua have for us are central to our being, and that the only way by which we can retain these is to retain the whenua itself. It will not be good enough for us or for our mokopuna to come to stand on our marae, calling on our mountains, our lakes, our rivers, acknowledging them as part of our Muri, our life force, when in fact these taonga have passed into the hands of other than Māori or into colonised practices that degrade our whenua. Calling on their spiritual values and associations become a farce, a lie, if we do not in fact retain them physically. So it's going to take a lot of courage. So e oho matike maranga mai, vulnerability, creativity and innovation. We can't keep doing what we've always kept doing. And we can't be pretending and performing and pleasing anymore. We just have to, get stuck into it. And it's going to be scary. But because nothing great comes out of easy and comfort. So no runga no raro, kare whakapapatia, kia waunau, we're all interconnected, and it's only through our connections and being cognizant and being ka tūhonohono tata kia tātou anō that we can find the solutions. And that's of everyone here. It's not just me and my little hood in Makarika, but tātou katoa, a whānau, a hapu, a iwi, a motu. So this is, you can hurry me up if you have to. So this is us last year. As you can see, the devastation Makarika, that's Makatote, that's Ma'awa. It's not going to play my video, but that's okay. I'm getting told to hurry up. So we've had experts come along to give us advice after, so our pā acted as an evacuation site. Manu and I led some of the support. Like in our hood, like with every hood, we had to kind of help save ourselves because nobody else was coming to be there for us. So that's what we did at Penu. And following that, we've got a lot of the support and experts, scientists to come in to tautoko and give us advice for Makarika as well as for our pā and our land block. So we need each other. And this is our kaupapa. We've been, which is to regenerate parts of our land block that is slipping. Heaps of rain, heaps of water coming from Marangi Nui, and so kei te horo te whenua, especially because our geology is really precarious. It's soft rock and on a high, sloping topography, steep topography with steep hills. It's just going to horo, it's just going to erode. So we've got to get the experts come in to remind us how to tiaki, because we've forgotten. Ko wariwari, me pehe te te ki te whenua. And she's asking us to return her to how she used to be so that we can, our mokopuna can survive. So we're doing some trials and getting Tāne tree trust people like that to give us advice. So there's us all planting, and there's our cool nursery that we put up just before Christmas. Yeah, so as a whānau, pēnu, whānau, we, been focusing on our reo, our waiata, tai au wānanga. For me, it's, and all our wānanga, whether it's strategic planning, our parakori kaupapa, succession planning, ko tēnei te roa o mā tātou. It's actually when we tūhonohonotia hei whānau, and all of, like wānanga ora is our solution. So these are all the things we've been doing in the last year, even though it's been cyclone, post-cyclone. So ngā akoranga, mā waira tātou e taurima, mā te tika, mā te pono, me te aroha. Truth, honesty and love will always, because when I'm just, I'm always being put in my place, so I totally trust in truth, honesty and love to keep us tika. Trust building, as I said, and in terms of taonga tuku iho, wānanga te reo me ona tikanga, haka, whakapapa pūrākau, tia ki taio, tia ki pā, all of those things, mā wēnei ka ora tātou. And hei whakakapi, we won't be able to regenerate landscapes mo ngā awa ngāhere until we regenerate cultures that can steward these. Tū mai e moko te whakaata o mātua, te moko o tipuna. Stand strong mai moko, the reflection of your parents, the blueprint of your ancestors. Ka mua, ka muri, I walk backwards into the future with my eyes fixed on the past. That's my nanny, and that's my little ira matu mokopuna. So tēnā tātou te whānau.
Just going to put that there because I like to wave my hands around a little bit. Hopefully I can do an okay job. Oh. Right, let's try stay still. Tasha's waiata. Kia ora whānau. For those who were here yesterday and maybe even earlier, you may have heard me introduce myself, ko Renee Rāroa tōku ingoa. At that point, I would have said, ko heke rangi te maunga, ko waiapu te awa, ko Ngāti Porou te iwi. And while that is true, I also have a more specific pepeha to share. Ko kāmati te maunga, ko waikaka te awa, ko nukutere te waka, ko te whānau taki moana, te hapu, ko ohine waiapu, te marae, no rangi tukia ahau, ko Ngāti Porou te iwi. And as I get started, I'm actually going to invite Dana to come and sit beside me. She's not going to have to kōrero, don't worry, I won't call on you last minute. But this is my sister. You've seen her in her research role, but she's also a big tautoko to the research mahi we're doing at Te Kautuku. A huge shout out, of course, to the whānau who are actually on the whenua there, the ahika who are doing the mahi and have their hands in the ground every day, as well as doing this research, as well as unlocking some of the kōrero that haven't been heard for years from their own hinengaro, and from their own hearts and from the hearts of others. And if you whakapapa to Te Kotuku or to Rangitukia, I will invite you to maybe move up the front a little bit so we can, so I can connect with you a bit closer. Kia ora Tash. And it has been an honour to have done Kia ora Kush. Tēnā koe. Yeah, kia ora whānau. Oh yeah, come as close as you like. But it has also been an honour to work alongside you, Tash, knowing that you're doing this research kaupapa alongside us has given us confidence and let us do the work that we've started on, the journey that we've started. So for those who aren't familiar, Te Kotuku is a whenua as pretty much as far east as you can get, on the other side of the Waiapu Valley, and it is the whenua that Dana and I had the privilege, absolute privilege of growing up on the whenua that we whakapapa to. And it wasn't until I was an adult that I really realised that was actually special. You know, you take these things for granted. But yeah, we had the opportunity to grow up there. Our dad is still up there as the station manager, and whānau up there, you know, have been there, held that whenua intergenerationally for as far back as we go. So it's a pretty special place. It's around 900-ish hectares, goes all the way from Maunga to Moana. There's a couple of streams which run into their own outlets into the Pacific Ocean, and it's a Māori freehold land block. So as we did this research, you know, we were digging into the, I guess the factual kind of recorded pieces of information about our whenua alongside those more hidden histories and the unseen pieces of information that we got. So really the research project itself, we were able to move quite freely, often scarily freely, and come up with the process of research ourselves. So that was a huge kind of power for us, empowering. And I guess as we kind of wove our way through these understandings, one of the reflections that we started to have, what we were doing quite naturally was going to our past, like our far past, and unlocking those stories that are within whakatauki and our pūrākau. We were coming forward and unlocking kind of some of the histories and stories that our more recent ancestors had told us. We were looking at our current day, you know, what's happening on the whenua today, and then we were doing some kind of planning and preparation and visioning for the future. So we were very much using the concept of ka mua ka muri, walking backwards into the future, as our research framework in a way. Thanks, Tash. Just always giving me ups, which is why I've got the confidence to do it, so kia ora. The freedom to kind of discover that process together led us down pathways of kōrero, research, conversations, but like the rōpū who was up here before, who did the health research, Dana Ma, it's the intergenerational connections that really let us uncover some of those things. So we're able to kind of follow our intuitions, and as long as we're bringing good intentions to that mahi, yeah, everything seemed to run smoothly. So I'm just going to give you a snippet of some of the plans we've made, I guess, that this research has helped us to do. So our whenua, this shot here is on the very coastal part of the property, and these cliffs you can see, they actually, in my nan's day, she tells a story of her, she told a story of her grandmother, who I guess that's our great-grandma, used to actually jump off those cliffs straight into the sea to do some harvesting and get some kaimoana. So the sea where we are has actually, well, the sea hasn't receded, the land has lifted up for that part of Aotearoa, And where many other parts are losing whenua, we've actually gained a large amount of whenua here. So, you know, that's a win to start. But we were able to triangulate that story from our NAN with some data and takiwā mapping system to actually show, oh yeah, that makes sense. So our histories are lining up with today's technology and the understandings we can build through data. So that informed us that while we've got that whenua there, what are we going to do with it? So the whānau and those who have been working on it have done a wetland restoration assessment of that area, looking to restore and reclaim some wetlands, and looking to towards some kind of blue economy type possibilities, so that we can integrate what we need to do for restoring and regeneration with actually enabling us and providing a livelihood as well. So there's all sorts of benefits there. And there's examples of wetlands throughout the land block, including our hilltop wetlands. One of those, which is on the border of Te Kotuku, is Roto Kotuku, where many of our ancestors actually came from. It's where Huturangi and Paikia first met before they travelled further around. So a lot of whakapapa there. Another kōrero that kept coming up was mahinga kai. And if you walk the whenua there, you can see that there's many places where there's evidence of settlements throughout the ngahere. So, you know, we used to live throughout the ngahere and then down to the coastal parts as well. So we heard a lot of stories about that. And then Esther was awesome. She has done a big research background into the wheat growing that used to happen along the coast. So there used to be a lot of wheat production, and schooners used to come all the way up the awa to pick up the wheat for it to be traded. And communities across there would work together, you know, working each community, each whānau's field at a time. It's hard to imagine that a schooner can get up those awa now with the condition that they're in. And so another one of the restoration projects that we're planning is to restore the awa, hopefully to part of its former glory at least. Alongside that mahinga kai concept comes the idea of creating more options through Indigenous bioeconomy. So the whānau have started to explore, or have actually been a long time in Manuka honey, have been doing some queen bee rearing, but for those who weren't at the event on the weekend, if you see down in the foyer here, you can see Manu and Brennan and Michelle's creation from the Creatives Weekend, where they look at options for Indigenous bioeconomy in Tairāwhiti. So there's just an exhibition kind of piece down in the foyer. Make sure you check it out. And kia ora to all of the experts that have come and visited and walked the whenua with us there and provided some knowledge and thoughts on what the potentials are too. And this is our dad, Rangi, looking up at one of our taonga species. I guess the story to go with that plant here is that the kia fruit, you know, you can make it into an alcoholic beverage, so I was quite interested in that because there's, potential there for some native cocktails. But yeah, there's all sorts of species and biodiversity histories that we are looking to unlock on the whenua. And how do we do that? Through our biodiversity enhancement. So one of the whānau, Mason, has moved home. He's been working with ngā whenua rāhui to train as a pest control and colour. And so there's expertise on the whenua there to enable that. Cool. I'm probably going to run out of time soon. So learning and next steps, there's like so many, it's hard to get them kind of into one concept. But I think one of the key things is that I've got a slide missing, I'll just talk to it. Whakatauki and pūrākau hold many understandings. Decolonising our relationship with ownership has been really important concept that we've explored, whether it's those artificial boundaries that surround our land blocks, or who's on the official stakeholder list, because we know there's more than that in terms of connection and potential. And then what are our special talents that we can unleash in each other, because we all have these ways to contribute, and it's just a matter of kind of spotting those and working them out. And I know that that's something that our tupuna used to do quite well. They could spot the talents right from tamariki. So how can we do that for each other going forward? And then another key learning, of course, is that we need to continue to learn. We're all about education, so let's continue to learn and share. And in terms of sharing, Dana and I have been working with, not working with, but we have been Toha and the East Coast Exchange. So it's not been about, working with these tools, but growing them ourselves from our own communities. So in terms of resourcing, one of the questions yesterday was, what happens next with this research? And mostly in research, it's not someone's responsibility it's not the researcher's responsibility to then take action on the findings, because that's a whole nother kettle of fish. But for us, this research has allowed us to recognise, oh hey, we're the only ones that are going to be responsible for this. So it is our responsibility as well. And so therefore we need to find the tools and the systems to allow those things that we've created in the vision to actually be enabled. So we've been working on toha as a new model to bring resource to the mahi that needs to be done, essentially. We've got a number of projects lined up. So all of these projects, we're in the middle of a massive fundraise to try and unlock the projects that the whānau on the ground wanted to do. And those projects are not only to cover the costs of the mahi that needs to be done, but to create some templates and resources and a new model so that other whenua, other land blocks can do something similar and kind of learn and grow from that to create a new system essentially to unlock resource flow for all of the work that I know everyone wants to do on their own whenua or connect into for our region. So there's a bit of a region of what is possible, a visual of what is possible for Tairāwhiti. I mean, there's heaps of ways to think about it, and there's all sorts of industries and potential, but really it's about unlocking the kaimahi to do the work, and that's what our work in the East Coast Exchange has been about, unlocking that the kaimahi to bring that vision through. And, that's my slide from before. I'll skip that. Cool. So my final thoughts is, we've got whakatauki that we can use, but there's also whakatauki from afar. Many of us connect with this because Bob Marley sang some of these words. but I thought it's appropriate to acknowledge kind of where these kupu have come from in Marcus Garvey, and there's other learnings, if you know anything about Marcus Garvey, that we might take from kind of the situation that we're in today for our country. But yeah, a key outcome is something I mentioned before that Tash kind of keeps giving us, is the confidence to do this, the confidence to push out, to kind of lead into new spaces and to, I guess, assert our belonging. And that confidence comes from feeling our tupuna behind us while we walk in the shoes of our mokupuna, but being good ancestors ourselves. So, ka mua, ka muri. Kia ora.
Thank you both. We'll just keep rolling along, no questions. Andrew.
try leaving it here. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko te heru o ka hukura te manga, rene tākou nā kou, ko a pāwaho, te awa e mahia nai a kumaharahara. Ko autotahi te whenua tupu, e mihi ana ki ngā tohu o nihi o kapati, e noho nai o, he karangaho o I manaki whenua, ko Andrew McMillan, tā kuangoa, no rara, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. It's really exciting to be here. Yeah, my name is Andrew McMillan and I work for Manaki Whenua. This time last year, I had a couple of weeks before I'd worked for Manaki Whenua for about 6 years, and then I had about a 3-year working on my own as a contractor, doing all sorts of geospatial and drone type research, and then I'd had enough of that, and Manaki Whenua took me back, and so I had this 2 weeks where I didn't really have much going on, and Cyclone Gabriel happened, and I wondered if it would be of any use to do some drone work around the affected regions, and I put the call out, and Manu got back to me, and so around the 1st to 3rd of March, I headed up this way and just took a little bit of footage, and these are places that Manu suggested I go to. Is it going to run? How do I play it? Sorry about that. Doesn't look like it's going to play. Is there a... Oh, I was working this morning. No. It's usually a little play button. Oh, there we go. Brilliant. So this is Mata River. And yeah, I appreciate the fact this work I'm doing is some distance from the ground, so I really was quite separated from all the trauma and everything that was going on. But it really just captured the sort of, extent of the devastation, and I was just simply amazed. This next bit is, this is still the Mata River, and then Manu directed me over to Whāro Beach, is it? Which is the next slide coming up, or next little clip coming up. And I've mostly done drone survey work, so I'm not much of a drone movie maker, and so it's a little bit shaky up there, but it really gave you a good idea of the kind of damage. And this is a lot of the new wood that had come down the beach. And then just close up, I was curious to see how much of that wood was exotic forestry timber. And you can see that there are some logs that very much look like exotic forestry, not slash, but quite often full logs. And this is up at Wangakea Farm, Tairāwhiti Honey, and Athena gave us permission to show you this imagery. So it just shows the kind of crumpling of the land and the loss of, or the difficulty with, getting to your beehives and things like that. So that really that's the backdrop, but it also sort of really, brought up all these questions about land use and what kind of land use is going on. So what we did, when I started at Manaki Whenua a week later, one of the first projects that came up was work that was commissioned by the Ministry for the Environment, which was a rapid assessment of the Cyclone Gabrielle damage. And this is very much work from afar, experts from afar, as Simeon and Morris alluded to. And none of what I'm talking about really is reflecting on the sort of how we did the research, but I'd be really interested in talking more about that. And especially, you know, in light of the fact that satellite data is becoming much more real time. So there is potential for communities to have much more immediate involvement in how they would like that data used and what would be most useful in those immediate weeks following the storm. So we use satellites, optical satellites, which means they're very much like cameras. So this satellite is a Sentinel-2 that's put up there by the European Space Agency. And it measures, it's very much like a camera in that you can see that here there's red, blue and green light, or green, red and blue light, but it measures light of different other wavelengths beyond what we can see, but wavelengths that provide really good information about soil, whether the soil's bare or not, about vegetation. And the satellite measures each spot on the day, every 5 days at 10-metre resolution. So Manaaki Whenua for years has kept an archive of all the imagery that's coming in from the satellite, and it comes in these strips across the country, and then we compile it into these mosaics. What you're seeing here is annual mosaics of Aotearoa and Chatham Islands, but we can just take mosaics. In this case, mosaics are kind of like the best composite of imagery straight before the storm and straight after. And the big problem in New Zealand, we're a very cloudy country, the satellites can't see through the cloud, so we have to pick pixels that are not under cloud to make these mosaics. And then we don't display the imagery just like red, blue and green, but we choose different wavelengths that really show up the storm damage. So for instance, you're looking at two places around Lake Tutera, and you're seeing, instead of red, blue and green, the pictures are some of those other invisible channels. And you're seeing before the storm and after, and you're seeing these little green areas here are the storm damage. And they light up a kind of greeny cyan colour. And you'll see Lake Tutera after the storm turned bright colour like that. That's all the sediment that's going into the lake. And so I'll just skip past these slides because I know lunch is coming up. Just to sort of zoom in on that. And from looking at the imagery, we worked out the number of scars within each square kilometre and coloured red based on the density. And you'll probably all have seen some kind of plot that looks like this with the highest density around the Northern Hawke's Bay region. And that's really just a function of where the rain was during the storm. And so this was a sort of major kind of map that we sent out to the regional council straight after the storm. And it gave a real rapid view of what's gone on. I'd be really interested in people's views on whether this kind of map is what people wanted in light of some of the conversations that we've had this morning about, you know, community-led research. This was very much done at, you know, commissioned by a government agency to a Crown Research Institute. Yes, so about 300,000 landslides, each slide typically 1,000 tonnes, and quick, rough analysis looking at $1.5 billion in kind of cost due to lost soil. And what we did following that is we used our information that we've collected for many years now about land cover. And at the time of doing this work, the latest version of that database was 2018. And we wanted to tease out, like, so were the landslides happening in pasture? Were they happening on forest? Were they happening, what kind of country was it? And part of what we needed to do, because obviously the question is how much was on exotic forest, how much was on native forest. And one of the big things was, well, exotic forest has slashed. There are harvested forests since 2018. So we spent quite a bit of effort updating the database so that we captured all the forests that had been harvested, and likewise anything that had turned into forest. So we had an up-to-date database of forest as well. Very quickly, the way that we've displayed the data that seems to make most sense is by showing what the chance of a landslide was on different land cover types, and we've taken the data and we've normalized it so that exotic grassland, which is typically thought of as the most vulnerable to landsliding, is 1, and everything else is compared to that. And the results that really came out of it were quite surprising, because we'd thought that exotic forest and indigenous forest would be roughly neck and neck, lower probability or lower susceptibility than grassland, but it was really surprising to just see how low indigenous forest was to exotic forest. And particularly up in the Tairāwhiti region, exotic forest and indigenous forest, and less so down as you got further south. So, so I guess this was a major finding of this this work, and yeah, we as I say, this was a rapid analysis. So there's been more detailed work that has happened to date led by GNS. Unfortunately, they haven't differentiated between the exotic and forest and used just generic forest. So, you know, hopefully in subsequent analyses, they're going to tease that out a little bit more. Yeah. So, as the slopes become steeper, you obviously get more susceptible of landsliding, and this diagram just still shows that for indigenous forests, they have by far the lowest susceptibility. These two lines are exotic grassland, high producing and low producing, and this is exotic forest. The final sort of science slide here is the mineralogy. So this is a type of rocks that are underlying and that form the soils. And this was a surprise to us as well. So we looked at the composition of rocks throughout all the catchments and found that sandstone, this brown colour, was much higher than the other minerals, even more so than mudstone. When you think of papa, you think of mudstone normally. And the areas most affected were those areas with that highest proportion of sandstone. So there's a kind of interaction between rainfall and the mineralogy, the slope, and the land cover. And so I talked to Chris Massey, who is running the GNS detailed work, and in general, overall, his the work that he's leading seems to support the same story. So probably the reasons why exotic forest is most susceptible are because of the management practices, the multiple rotations of forestry, and also, to be fair, Indigenous forest has not, a lot of it has not experienced that change in land use historically. So obviously, you know, post-Bowler, there's been the planting of exotic forests on previously pasture areas, which cause these long, thin soils. And this just summarise the work from GNS, which more or less corroborates our findings. And again, just hoping that they in future will tease out that difference between exotic and Indigenous forests. So thanks very much for having me and appreciate your time.
Has anyone got a quick question for Andrew? We're all really hungry. And one, yep.
Yes, so the question is, does exotic forest only pertain to radiata? Radiata is by far the largest type of exotic forest, probably 90%, but we didn't tease about the differences between different types of exotic forest.
Thank you very much. Okay, our last session, and the one I've been looking forward to the most, and I'm really glad that they agreed to, really glad they agreed to come and present, Ordini and Te Aomai, Haramai. They're super nervous, so give them a big round of applause. And thank you very much. So you can press the, yeah, I don't know. You can press that.
Kei aku nui, kei aku rahi, kei aku whakatike-tike, kei ngā reo kōrehi o ngā maunga whakahi o tēnei takiwa, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Ko marotiri te maunga, ko manga hauini te awa, ko te whānau arua taupare me te aota warirangi ngā hapu, ko Ngāti Pro, ko Ngāti Ira ngā iwi, ko Ordini Rocks taratu ahau, he mokopuna ahau ngā Huhana Rocks pōtai. I pakeke mai ahau i ngā kōkoro o Tokomaru, I te wā o te huripari o te taukopahuri ake, I Tokomaru ahau e noho ana me tōku whānau. He kairanga hau mō tēnei kaupapa whakaharahara, ka mihia ngā hāpuri I tautokui ahau ki te tutuki I ngā whainga. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Ordini Rocks Taratu. My whakapapa spans right across the Tairāwhiti district, but I grew up between the Tokomaru Bay and Uawa communities. And at the time of the cyclone, I was living in Tokomaru Bay with my whānau. Here you go, Te Aomai.
Tēnā rā tātou te whānau, ko Te Aomai rātupu ahau, ana ko marotiri te maunga, ko manga hauni te awa, ko te whānau arua taupari rau, ko te aota warirangi ngā hapu, ko Ngāti Pro te iwi. And kei te pōpō te manoa, ki te tuaki moe a koutou, I tēnei rā, ki te whakapua ki ngā pūmahara kua oki ai I tērā tau. So ka huri ki te ingarihi. My name's Te Aomai Rātupu. I've grown up in Tokomaru Bay. And I'm pretty nervous standing in front of you fellas, but all good. But all good.
All right. Oh. We are both grateful and honoured to be a part of this research project, but we are even more honoured to have been trusted with the kōrero from our whānau and to let their voices and experiences be heard. We interviewed 20 people ranging between the ages of 22 to 68 from Tokomaru Bay, Ārero Road, Mātā, Te Puia Springs and Waipiro Bay. The interview started on the 14th of August and ended on the 16th of October. The research project was designed to look at the impacts on Māori communities in Te Tairāwhiti during and after Cyclone Gabrielle. What happens when bridges collapse, roads are flooded or washed away, power is cut and telecommunications are down for days or weeks at a time. We were looking for an insight into how the loss of connections impacted whānau and communities, what ongoing risks they had identified, whether they saw any positive impacts, and in terms of negative impacts, how the likelihood and severity could be reduced during future weather events.
So titiro whakamuri, kōkiri whakamua. One of the pātere by Ngoi Pewharangi Kapukiau reminds us that by reflecting on our history and our whakapapa, we are better equipped to face the present challenges so that we can do better for future generations. A line from the pātere explains, Piki ake au ki te taumata rā o marotiri, ka te tiro iho au ki ngā huarahi I haere ai aku mātua tīpuna ki te kimioranga, I ngā taku tai ārua taupari e. For a translation, I climbed to the summit of Marotiri and looked down to the path that my tīpuna traversed to find substance across the shores of Ruataupari. This line symbolises the notions that solutions can be found within the stories of our people and within the landscape of our whenua, that the state of our people are reflected by our whenua.
This whakatauki was inspired by one of the findings, specifically a response by one of the participants who shared a solution to erosion. The participant, Uncle Les Ahuriri, stated, "We need to plant more harakeke." Ahuriri talked about how harakeke have strong roots, a lot of leaves, but no wood. Ahuriri plans on planting harakeke at the back of their property due to losing land near the Mangahoani River. Uncle Les said that over his lifetime, they have lost over half of the section, and the insights and solutions didn't stop there.
Shri Haley is a Waipiro resident. She was already living sustainably on her whenua, and she has a very positive outlook on the wealth of resources that exist in the Tairāwhiti, which led her to establishing a sustainable living situation for her and her whānau, which served them very well during and before cyclone. And now she wants to really support her whānau and achieve the same, utilising all resources around us to do so. Shri is now teaching our earth building program at EIT.
The echoes of whanaungatanga and strength of whānau were heard and felt through the kōrero that Tokomaru Bay resident Anita Moana shared. A multi-generational household, the Moana whānau turned inward to support each other through the rationing of resources that went beyond food. Anita's husband's life depended on power, so when residents were asked to hold tight in their homes, it was a long wait for them to get the help they needed. If it weren't for the support provided by Waikato and Gisborne Hospital, the Moana whānau could have ended up being a whānau of 7 and not 8. Patricia Ferris of Ārero Road, a small settlement located between Tokomaru Bay and the Three Bridges, endured and continues to endure carnage as the house she grew up in has been left isolated with no way to get there by vehicle after the bridge to get to her house collapsed as they sat in their cars parked at higher ground. Her story spoke of resilience and optimism as they, like the Moana whānau, turned inward to develop solutions around how they could, firstly, get out of the situation of being stranded on the wrong side of the bridge, and secondly, continue accessing their home and resources while also accessing the services based in Tokomaru Bay. Another multi-generational whānau, due to the breakdown of communication, Patricia and her whānau did not reach out for help, as all they had was a radio, which broadcasted catastrophe beyond their small settlement, which made them conclude that seeking support would take away resources from whānau who needed it more. This is a whānau who needed to cross a log-infested river with children and continue to cross back over to feed their animals to this day.
Yep, Christine Collins. Community spirit kept the people of Te Puia together as they worked in unity to support each other through the challenges. Civil Defence member Christine Collins and her husband were separated from their children and grandchildren as well after getting stuck in Te Puia Springs while their children stayed at home on Pukatiti Farm. Their story reflected a sense of leadership and the faith that Christine had in her children to take care of each other so that she and her husband could offer support to her community, with examples like checking in on everyone, but more importantly, providing spaces for everyone to contribute to the support, which left everyone feeling uplifted and in unity. One thing that the whānau in Te Puia Springs are in need of is a communal gathering space for their community as well.
Te Amai and I realised many things throughout this research project, but the one thing that stood out the most was how our whānau struggled to seek help, thinking they were better off than others and that people didn't want to be a burden on others and on resources. But the stories we heard did not justify this notion. In fact, whānau we spoke to were not better off than others. They were all in need. And while each and every one of them learned and gained resilience through this experience, they still should have felt safe to reach out and ask for help. What we found in places like Anoda Bay, Te Puia Springs and Waipiro Bay was a sense of community and that space for everyone to contribute to the support, which provided a sense of wairuatanga, bringing whānau together in a natural and authentic way, feeling empowered and of use and upholding of mana.
Sweet, well, head on to experiences. Well, my personal experience of Cyclone Gabrielle felt quite repetitive in a way due to the many floods and storms that have happened the years beforehand. But also because that my whānau were quite well prepared, like with equipment like a generator, a gas stove and plenty of water. But we had to be evacuated twice due to a slip that happened further up on the Mangahoani River. But not gonna lie, being evacuated was pretty challenging for me and my whānau, having to leave my home, not knowing when my whare had been washed away or not. Also, the stranded type feeling of being stuck in Tokomaru Bay affected us as well. Not knowing when you could leave the east coast for supplies or the next time you could see your whānau outside the coast. But nevertheless, Cyclone Gabrielle shined a light on the east coast communities and how they would cope in these scenarios, such as the community huis that were being held by Civil Defence in Tokomaru Bay during the Cyclone Gabrielle. However, we left leaving the same as we did when we arrived, but in the end, whānau and the community came together to talk and meet people that you would not usually meet nor talk to. But to this day, I have relocated to Gisborne for mechanical engineering and am no longer living in Toko.
Te Amai and I experienced the cyclone just 2 doors down from each other. While we both experienced a level of trauma, they were both very different. Our house was untouched. We were physically safe, dry and warm. Furthermore, our old heater tank meant that we still had water, something my mum kept saying was a privilege. But we were also evacuated 3 times, often without warning, and left to find shelter with the possibility floating in our heads that we may come home to no house. Mum was alone caring for the 3 of us, stressing over work, stressing over what to feed us, and trying to keep our spirits up by making fun out of a tough situation, like letting the kids swim in the puddles and cooking chicken nuggets on the barbecue. Like all the other whānau we spoke to, we turned inward and we worked together as a whānau to find solutions. We realised that we needed community, so we made it happen in our house and became the daddy daycare of Tor Street, setting up the house so that tamariki of workers and volunteers could make our home theirs. We held a clothes swap evening, set up basketball games, attended church, and even made a little beauty parlour in my mum's room so that the wahine in the community could get facials and massages. This gave us a sense of community and made us feel like we were helping, which lifted our spirit and got us through. But the trauma endured and Mum ended up moving away, with my siblings halfway through 2023 to find more stability and security, leaving me to live at home on my own, because I wasn't ready to leave the place I grew up in and the place I call home. In the end, however, the pull from my whānau was too strong, and at the start of this year, I joined my whānau in Wellington to help with the healing so that one day we can return home stronger and ready to face the challenges. Nō reira, Ka mihia ngā hāpuri e whakapau kaha ana ki te kaupare i ngā taumahatanga o te wā. Ka hoki ki ngā kōrero a tāpira na ngata. E te pu e rea mo ngā rā o tō ao, ko te pātai nui, he hanga rautaki e te pu ai e rea ai tātou i tēnei ao hou. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Whew. I was going to ask for questions or comments, but I can't handle any, I don't think. We might just, we'll just break for lunch, I think. So thank you very much. Right, hurry up. Sit down or you'll get a detention. I don't mind staying late on a Friday afternoon. It's a little triggering. Just need a duster to throw at somebody. Yeah. Okay, thanks everybody. I hope you're well fed. There's obviously a bit more there if you're not. Feel free to help yourself. We have our second politician of the day, Kushla, who represents the party that was in power at the time of the cyclones and for most of last year, but she wasn't there and has no responsibility for anything that happened. And I think we let Dana off the hook a little this morning, so feel free to, I know, feel free to email Dana and bail her up on talkback. So you're welcome, Kushla. Thank you very much. Mate. And in case you missed the instructions, you've got to talk close into this, but I don't think that'll be a problem for you.
Yeah. I was going to say, I might not.
And you press that to go forward.
Cool, thank you. Where we live, the grass is green, water's pure, and the air is clean. And if you wondered where heaven is on earth, we're telling you, yes, telling you it's our place of birth. Ko hikurangi te maunga, ko waiapu te awa, and we are Ngāti Pro children. Aha, Ngāti Pro children. E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā karangatanga maha. Tēnā rau atu koutou katoa. Manu, koutou, moto koutou reo pōhiri mai kia tau mai I Wainganui a koutou I tēnei rā. Tēnā koutou katoa, tautu kia koe Renee. Taku whanaunga no rangi tukia. Ko Kushla Tangari Emmanuel Awau. Ko rangi tukia te wā kāinga, kei rangi tukia tonu au e noho ana. Huri noa, tēnā rau atu koutou katoa. I'm not feeling very confident after Manu's introduction, whānau. Yes, but as he said, my name is Kushla. I grew up slightly ahead of Renee in Rangitukia, where I'm blessed to still live. So this is our piece of paradise. Both where I live is about here, and where Renee was talking about Te Kautuku is further around along the coast. The song I sang was written by my sister Anne about 32 years ago when the lyrics were true. When the grass was green and the water was pure and the air was clean. And that's something, by global standards, to be frank, we still take for granted in good old Rangitukia. You will see I have elected not to put words on my slides because I don't know where I'm going to go with all this whānau. But reflecting back, I'll be fair, these are my reflections of Cyclone Gabriel. I am now the Tairāwhiti MP for Labour, and therefore humbled to be here, because in my honest opinion, I should be purely, my role here today should be there listening, because it's your voices that inform what I take to Parliament. But anyway, I'm going to give you a reflection of what happened for me last Valentine's Day. Probably the only Valentine's Day my husband got let off the hook for not getting me anything because we had water up to our eyeballs. So this was on the way to Rotoria overlooking the Waiapu River. I've moved a slide too far, but anyway. And that's our only access to Rangitukia. And that's happening more and more frequently. Only way in, only way out. And that was one of our big messages to civil defence. Yes, we can focus on the Waiapu Bridge, etc., but a lot of other areas have other access. If Rangitukia is cut off, number one, we love it, but number two, we're buggered. So I had the great privilege of being part of the local civil defence outreach team, and that's obviously one of my reflections. Sadly, what we learn from every disaster is the amazing capability and capacity we have within each of our communities. What also comes to light, though, is how ill-equipped we are. So one of the reflections, which I'm glad did happen, was the investment in civil defence resources, which now each small community have. So we have generators in Rangitukia now, comms, gazebos, etc., where we can store food, set up civil defence sites, ready to go. No, this was not taken yesterday. This is a picture of, this was our only means of communication. So while the road was still open between Tikitiki and Rotorua, when we were completely cut off, I was in charge of comms, and we had none. So it was either physically knock on everyone's door, which we ended up having to resort to, but in the first instance, that was our access way to get to Rotorua, to go on to Radio Ngāti Pro, who actually must be acknowledged as always being the lifeline of our communities in times like this. Sometimes old schools, te tiro whakamuri, kia haere whakamua. And you know, you talk about off-the-grid living, old school. Renee and I were having a laugh outside. You don't realise what growing up in the wop-wops, I was going to say rurally, but you know, Waikato's rural, the wops, what you learn from the deprivation in small communities. You know, power cuts happened all the time. So, well, first of all, you know, you had gravity-fed water, so that wasn't so much an issue, but if it was, you could go to the river, light a fire, barbecue, etc. So, this is the Waipu. This was taken probably about 2012. And one thing about the Waipu is when I was younger, the lagoon was huge. And the other thing about the Waipu is we were not allowed to go near it. Like from my mother's generation, like above her, you'd get a, you can't anymore, but you'd get a hiding if you went for a swim in the Waipu because of the name. I don't know if people know, but the whakatau ake about the Waipu River is Waiapu Tangata, Waiapu Whenua. The river that eats man and the river that eats land. Each year, the Waiapu River would claim a life. And in 1951, a tohunga by the name of Hori Keti from Te Whānau Apanui was brought in to walk the distance, the length of the Waiapu River to bless it. And my father was part of that crew. And he said that as they were walking along, there was a cloud of dust before them all the way, like until they completed, and then off to sea that dust went. Since then, there was a break in deaths. Of course, as you know, there are still occurrences. But the story goes that when you see the dust now, someone has passed away. And I've got to say, I've noticed it in particular when someone from the ka whānau dies. When Kuki Ka was lying in Rangitukia, the dust was ridiculous and very inconvenient if you don't like polishing your furniture. Now whānau is living up to the other half of its name, He Waiapu Whenua. Our river, it was really interesting to hear an actual statistic about the farm that's losing 10 metres of land every year. Each year my father, my aunties would go, far out, look, the Waiapu's nearly on the road. It's getting closer and closer. And apparently we're keeping all the land in Rangitukia at the Waikaka. All the land that's getting washed away is getting landing over there. But on a practical level, it's affecting housing. People who have got land for papakainga, it's not suitable, or they're not prepared to take the risk just watching that river slowly but surely be eaten. So another one of my observations, I should have said this at the civil defence slide, but the reality for us around what's become known as rain-anxiety. So when the roads were open and we were able to travel again, at that time I was working for New Zealand Rugby. So in one way or another, I've always elected and manipulated my life so I can live in Rangitukia. You can see from the first slide why. So we were allowed to travel again, and every time, you know, you're in Wellington, starts the drizzle, straight away ring up home. Is it raining at home? Do I need to come? Am I going to get home? And talking to some of the volunteers, you know, well after Gabriel, well after Hale, there was volunteers from each community who still refused to leave. Not for fear of their own welfare, but what will happen to their communities if they get locked out for a week, a month or more. Because even in just a couple of days is enough to have a massive impact on your community if the right people are not there. So I showed you what used to be normal for me to look at back in the day, and in fact, the waipu had degraded in that photo, and sadly, this has become common. I remember when there was a slip, because we live on, you know, farm, I remember Dad waking up one day and going, hey God, look at, you know, there was a slip. There was a slip. Now, you drive into Uawa, it's actually heartbreaking how, you know, our whenua is just gouged at and just crumbling away. This also became the norm as part of our landscape while I was growing up. And I know this has become very controversial, but I echo what I'm also hearing today is something we all agree on, and that is the need for balance. So, newly elected MP in October, and I asked for the portfolios of forestry and cyclone recovery. Not necessarily areas of strength in terms of my background, in terms of expertise, but the two main issues that came up, honestly, almost as much as the cost of living during my campaign. Because people are like, they want, first of all, they want someone who cares, someone who knows what it's like, and they want our whenua cleaned up. So I also sit on the select committee for primary production. So in the short time I've been there, I have been privy to some conversations with forestry, with Land Corp, and I am pleased to report that there is definitely an appetite for review of land use in those businesses. There is an appetite for more stringent regulations in the forestry industry, and a lot of the properties in Land Corp are being reviewed to change their use. And you know, I just want to acknowledge Te Amo Kora Productions. They do some fantastic work, and if you haven't seen it, have a look at their online series called Waiapu. Waiapu. Clever, you know, when I just told you what apu means, so why? Why is it eating away? And that's when, like I just said, I'm not an expert in these areas, but when they talked about the mahi being done at Raukumara Pai Maunga project, you know, restoration way back in the ecosystem, that's the future, and that's actually what I'm hearing in this room. And so this is the future, and I wish I could stand here and say, right, well, I'm not the government. But if I was, I would like to be standing here saying, right, we can invest so much. But what I can do is listen to your ideas and make sure they're heard and recorded in the House. That's the joy of being opposition. It can be outlandish, and don't make me sound too outlandish, people. But that's why I'm here, is to connect with you and acknowledge the expertise that is in this room, to be your guys' voice and make sure, not only to Parliament, but to these industries that I now have access through these portfolios. Because what they don't have, and I just want to acknowledge Andrew's presentation. You know, these go hand in hand with our whakaaro Māori and the knowledge, the local knowledge of our whenua, the local connection to whenua. And that's why I'm concerned about the repeal of the Water Services Bill, because it will, while they're talking about qualifications, who is qualified to talk about roto kautaku? Not necessarily a scientist from Auckland unless they're from roto kautaku. It's one thing to study an area, it's one thing to truly know it and live it. And that's why people, even some of our own road workers keep saying, don't build a road here, there's a spring under here. Road's gone up. So the future is making sure that the knowledge of noho kāinga is part of any policy making. And I just want to acknowledge Orene and Te Amai for the challenge you laid down. What's the plan? And so my plan is to make sure I'm well informed by you guys and then keep reporting back to you, because obviously Manu's going to keep following up. You watch him, Tash. This is what's possible. So I was very lucky, you know. My dad made sure I did our hikoi, you know, Paikea Trail, Aratipuna. He nearly had to carry Maunga. He nearly had to carry me on all of them. But hey, my sister was worse. We nearly changed Te Rau Kokore to Te Rua Kokore because we didn't think she was going to make it, her and one other. But he said one of his journeys up, his father, when they were talking about whai kōrero, he said to his father, what's a tau parapara? And his father said, Ngāti Parau, never mind, don't muck around with tau parapara, just get straight into your kōrero. He said, but here's a short one. E tangi te weka, e runga o rau kumara, me koe te kiwi i te take o hikurangi. The weka you can hear in the rau kumara, and you can hear the kiwi at the base of hikurangi. And my father laughed. He said he must be mad, there's no kiwis up at hikurangi. One day he was walking up the maunga, and this fellow had a backpack with a tape deck on it. And my father said to him, what are you doing? He said, recording the kiwi. Dad said, I thought my father was a liar all these years. But you know, as a result of the combination of a lot of the kōrero you guys have had today, there is now kiwi back in the rau kumara. So I think really this is so symbolic, and I've left the comments up there too. I better acknowledge Amakura Productions too. I quickly screenshotted this morning. This is absolutely symbolic of the hope I think we all have, and the importance of us to recognise that there's no separating any. And so if we're talking about looking backwards to move forward, when the forestry came here, it came with the best of intentions. It came looking forward. You know, the people who invested, put our whenua into forestry, had hope for their uri whakatipu, and they thought, this will hold our land together. Well, we know how that worked out, but how do we do it better? And this is the kōrero that you're all having here today. And I think we have to go from production growing to purposeful growing and balance. And I thought I would just take a quote from Tui Womanhoven. And this is exactly the notion of what I campaigned on. So, I mean, you can all read, but the important thing for us is to be in a position where we're making decisions for ourselves. And all through my campaign, I said, you know, I have to be saying what's coming out of Tairāwhiti. And for years and years, we took, you know, talking about the wheat. Geez, lucky Renee did a presentation, I would have had nothing to talk about. We have been the fruit bowl of this country for many, many years, the whole eastern seaboard, and we can be that again. We've just got to step back, review, not panic, think generationally like we used to. And I'm not talking 30 years anymore. We got to think centuries when we're gone. I runga I tērā. Those are my reflections. Yes, so I am forestry, recovery, and I have to say I'm disappointed because there's no recovery portfolio in government. As such, it's going to be part of. But it is great to see that an investment is coming to Tairāwhiti. Whether or not it's going to be targeted to some of the whenua Māori projects at this point, no. So yesterday in the House, I did challenge the Minister of Māori Development on that because it's already hard enough. And we've seen models, particularly in COVID and cyclone recovery, where direct investment in kaupapa Māori works for everyone. Huri noa, thank you again, Manu, Renee, all the organisers for the invitation. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
He pātai. No, you're off the hook as well. Okay, we've got a little panel of, not a little, we've got an esteemed panel of rangatahi to come and share with us now. So if you fellas like to make your way up. How many?
Come grab a seat. Kia ora, welcome. You heard us talking yesterday about rangatahi, and Hayley spoke about the findings from our research in terms of how rangatahi had experienced Cyclone Gabrielle and other extreme weather events, from feelings of helplessness to feelings of being activated in action. And we heard this morning from Trust Tairāwhiti about some of the youth and wellbeing data. But so many of these events happen and we talk about young people and rangatahi and that they're not part of the conversation. So I'm really stoked today. Thank you for joining us. We have four rangatahi, and I'm going to pass it over to you to introduce yourselves.
Kia ora, ko mātiti te maunga, ko maraitaha te awa, ko ngai tā manu hiri te iwi. My name's Sipai and I'm from Muri, just across the bay.
Kia ora, I'm Maria, born here in Gizzy, grew up in Australia, moved back almost 5 years ago.
Kia ora, I'm Riley, ko hukurangi te maunga, ko apu te awa, ko harauta te waka, ko huruharama te marae, ko Ngāti Parau te iwi. I'm here because, I don't know, I'm really passionate about this sort of stuff. Yep.
Kia ora, my name's Moss Lua Timu Taylor. I'm from Tūhoi, Te Ruera. Ko maunga poa tu te maunga, ko ohine mataroa te awa, ko Tūhoi te iwi. I'm also from Samoa, Savaii, from Satupaitia. Born and raised here, and I work at Totoa Village.
Welcome, thank you for joining us, and thanks to Takia and Totoa for supporting this initiative with bringing your rangatahi along today. My first question is, how do you think the recent weather events, Gabrielle, Hale, others, have impacted our young people here in the region? And you might talk from your own experiences or your observations of your peer group.
Tuatahi, I think it's important as rangatahi, we were all students at one point, whether we're in school now or not. I think our generation we're a COVID generation, so we were already in and out of high school a lot. And 5 years, in retrospect, isn't a lot. So I was a senior last year. It counts the most. Really disrupted by the cyclone and how a lot of us couldn't get into school. I was staying with my nan out Muri for the time, and the way to get into school was the bus. the country bus. And the same for kids who live out in Ormond and, of course, Te Karaka, as they were affected the most. And there wasn't a lot of, I want to say, room for mistakes. It was like a whole month to catch up. And I guess I kept up well, but there were other students who just totally fell behind because there wasn't a lot of room for the acknowledgement that a whole month is a lot of time to not be up in school and not be able to keep up. So that, and also our kaumata out in Muri, you know, they rely on the newspaper and the television and the radio. So we were going around house to house to see them, and they were wondering why their Wi-Fi wasn't on and the television wasn't working. Oh, there's no power. And so I guess we had to realize that we had to go and take food, and no one had, because everything's on FPOS now, everything's online, so we call everyone. So we had to get the radio working, couldn't find the radio. Didn't have a radio for like 4 days, and there was no way to contact anyone, and no one had any cash, so there was no food. So I think, shout out to Tairāwhiti, because they really supported our community in Kaiti, and Te Runanga o Tūranganuiakiwa, because they were making food packs in the fishery shed to give out to our whānau. So yeah, just I guess the resources and the timing of it all.
Yeah, so there was a massive shift in priorities with Gabriel. Like, it's very difficult to be worrying about exams and assessments when you've just lost everything. And for those rural kids, they had no way to get to school. Like, as Tapaya said, there was no way for them to think about their education because they were worried so much about getting their needs met. Like, I was going out Wainaki, like out that way, going out there all the time, taking parcels and stuff and having to hike up a little mountain and stuff to get to my mate's place because it was completely cut off. Like, there was a massive slip down his road, couldn't get there at all. His sisters couldn't get to school. There's a massive, as well as Tapaya said, with COVID, this is just another crisis upon the crises we've already had to deal with through our education. It's hard, honestly, to have to worry about those little things when survival has been such a forefront thought. Yeah.
I think the cyclone kind of really highlighted our need for community and community spaces, because when you've been cut off from so many opportunities, people, being in groups for years, this is about, I think I started school in 2019, and after 2020, there's just been a lack of community spaces because we can't go out into the community, we can't meet people, we can't know where these opportunities are because there's no one around, there's nowhere to go. And I think it really shows how we really care for each other, like especially as a small community, because everyone steps up when we need to, especially rangatahi, especially all of us in kura. Like after the cyclones, a lot of people were out volunteering, seeing how they could volunteer, seeing who they could help, even without prompting. So I think it's important to give our rangatahi a community space where we can all see each other, see where needs need to be met and all communicate. And not even just as rangatahi themselves, but as an intergenerational space. So yeah, that's my whakaaro.
I'm just gonna try and summarize because if I try and go into detail, I'll lose my track of thought. So I think overall there was a lot of good and bad that happened. For me, I was really lucky and grateful to be on the good side a little bit, lucky side. We were really sheltered by Titirangi Maunga. And we have a small family, so we didn't have to stock up that much. But and then realizing that there was like lots of devastation that was happening was pretty trippy to see how some people could be in a really good position and then some people were really not in a good position. But I think overall, I reckon our community did pretty well. We got through it, but mental health-wise, I think a lot of our teenagers and our generation specifically have been through a lot with COVID in the new year, and then the next new year was the cyclones and everything, and it just felt like, oh, here we go, there's another crisis happening, and how we don't even know what we're going to do, and even knowing that some of the adults didn't even know what to do either, which is, you know, human, but it's nice to be in a space like this with adults, and it's a privilege to hear everyone's knowledge and learn about it with you guys. And yeah, it's real cool to see you guys all here too. And I hope more youth come to these spaces so we can all learn together.
Hold. With what you said about each year there being a new crisis, I don't know about y'all, but I'm waiting for the next one because I feel like we're in a constant state of anticipation for the next big thing.
I just remembered something. My brother, he does a lot of sports, right? And him and his friends, they rely on these sports because they don't enjoy school. And the cyclone, along with COVID, but the cyclone in particular last year really affected the sports events that occurred for them in the following year. And I noticed that there was a try, but there was not a lot of succession around creating alternate activities for them, for kids who really, really need sports or who thrive and want to take being an athlete as a career. And he's turning 17, so you know, I mean, it doesn't matter how old you are, but it's a crucial time for them in high school. And things like the cyclone and COVID happening, and there's no alternative for them, for kids who love to do sports, is a bit pody because that's kind of all they've got going for them at the moment. That's all they love to do.
Kia ora. Well put, each of you. Thank you. What do you think are the biggest challenges now and going forward for rangatahi and Tairāwhiti to thrive? You guys have been through a lot, like you said, the pandemic generation, and then these weather events. You've been surviving, but what is it going to take to be able to thrive here? And not just individually, I mean like systems. What kind of supports do you need?
I think that there needs to be a big breach in the amount of opportunities we have. I think, and not just academic or sports opportunities, but opportunities for everyone. Just graduating high school, I've noticed that there are a lot of kids who aren't this or that, but still want to do something. They still want to volunteer. And even with the cyclone, I noticed the amount of rangatahi that came to put together food packs because they wanted to give back to their community. It's a very beautiful thing to want to manaaki people, and I think a lot of our rangatahi share that love and share that want to be able to do more. Just like Taiki, that's a good example. That's a really great opportunity, and so many people getting involved in that. But for such a small region with so many gifted people, I feel like we have a lot of people who can teach rangatahi, and to open up more spaces for that would be great.
Yeah, we're lacking a lot of long-term investments. Like we have those little programs and stuff and those one-off events, but we're not having that many spaces where there is continual support and continual learning outside of schools. Yeah, Taikia is another good example. I'd never be up here if it wasn't for Taikia. I was so shy when I first started going. Yeah, just the spaces that are building leadership skills and giving the support to help people find what they're wanting to do. We need more of that. We need more people helping rangatahi find their opportunities. Not necessarily giving opportunities, but helping them find them.
Going back to like the community sort of thing that I was talking about before, yeah, like again, Taiki is a really good place to go if you want those things, but not because we're sorting out things for kids who want to do something to do. They're doing it themselves, so they're actually passionate and building long-term business skills, communication skills, how to make relationships with different people that you may not have talked to before, like older people, people younger than you, like we all connect in that way. And there's sort of a lot of kaupapa going on, and the kids love to teach each other what to do and get their friends involved and all that sort of stuff, like this kaupapa called Pickup, where people like pick up fruit from other people's like fruit trees and marakai and stuff like that, where there's excess food, so they go and pick it up and they leave them in pātaka around the community so people can just take it for free and not just leave it all rotting. And the kids were really, really passionate about that, and they all really, really love it because they built it themselves. They know how to do that now in the future. They have those skills. And I think it's just a really good opportunity in those sort of ways, because we're building a lot of different things that they can take away from Taikie, take it back to their kura, to their whānau, to their marae, to their just anywhere. So I think that's what would really help our rangatahi and our tamariki thrive in the future.
Big question. I don't even know that myself. I don't know how to thrive myself, or I don't know how to thrive for New Zealand. But I think it's a learning journey that adults and rangatahi need to go through together, because there's a lot of learning that you guys need to learn about our differences with our generation and vice versa. And I think for me, what's helped me grow a little bit has been just having the right support when needed. Yeah, I'll be a little bit biased and start talking about Tautua Village. Tautua has been up and running for about 5-6 years now, in the middle of town. It's a space for any rangatahi, but focused more on kids that have dropped out of school and the school hasn't been for them, or whatever other reasons, for them to just have a space where they can decide what they want to do out of school, or different to what the mainstream is. And I was one of those kids too. So I've been going in that space, and it's been really helpful to just navigate what I want to do in life. And to meet other people that are the same as you, a bit similar, has been cool too. And just feeling like you're not a failure, I guess, dropping out or anything, and that there's still people out there that see you and are going to fill in that gap for those kids that don't fit into the mold. Yeah, I think that's all I got to say.
Just to bring it around to education again, with what she said, our generation actually like really loves to learn. Like they're really actually passionate about education, even if that's not like in a school setting. They love to learn sports, they love to learn waiata, they love to learn business, they love to learn all these different things that aren't actually available to them in kura, but they go out into the communities and they see that they want to do something and they're open to learning. The problem is that we don't have a lot of those spaces in our community, especially being one so small. And there's not a lot of places for tamariki to go, or our generation to go, so they feel like they can go nowhere. But actually, like, if we put the work in and we had more places where they could feel safe, or they could see that, oh, I can learn something here, and it's something I'm passionate about, and it's something that I can't get anywhere else, they really like are passionate about it and want to be there and want to learn. So opening up more initiatives like that, or just having spaces like that, I feel like that's what's going to get us to thrive, and that's going to want to get us to like actually show up for things. So yeah, that's my whakaaro.
Yeah, we all love learning for passion's sake rather than to tick a box on some assessment. Like, I feel like a lot of us in our generation, we love video essays on YouTube. I know I will fall asleep every single night listening to just some video essay on some random historical topic, and just learning for the sake of learning because it's interesting rather than because we have to.
I just want to bring it back what the bro said about community. For me to thrive growing up, I was always at the pa. I'm a pa kid. I think I was there more than at my house. And swimming in my awa and in my oceans and climbing my mountains, those were, to me, and I think a lot of rangatahi and other people in this room, is something that helps me thrive because it's who I am and it's my identity. But how is the next generation supposed to swim in the awa if it's full of silt? If their mountains are crumbling, like Koka said, and the support around that, I guess, and to shed light on our whānau in Wairua, the 3 maraes that were heavily damaged by the cyclone, and the 3 in Te Karaka, along with, of course, the damage done to the marae in town. Those are our whare tipuna, and they are irreplaceable. They are truly irreplaceable. So instead of waiting 10 months to receive support, it would be crucial to receive it a month at least after, because those places are taonga to us and they can't be replaced.
I feel like we need to applaud that. So much wisdom. Thank you. I'm hearing about spaces and places, the awa, the moana, the marae, hubs. You've talked about taikia and tautua, where you're finding safe spaces to be together and to learn and support each other. We've got a lot of leaders in this room. If you could, this is an opportunity to say, what kind of space do you need? What do you want? What would that look like in your terms, in your words? Because adults have different ideas sometimes of what spaces and places might be suitable for young people. But what would that look like for you? I heard some spaces and places down there. Should I pass it?
Are we going to start at that end?
It's like the same question, but even more detailed. Well, Tautua has been that for me, the space for me, because we have a diverse group of youth in there. We have Pacific, Māori, Pākehā, all sorts, and there's like outside learning as well, so it doesn't feel like you're always in just a building on a table with a paper. And the staff approach you in a more kind of mentor, or more like they can relate to you in some way, instead of this like teacher who's just trying to do their job and trying to get through the day and trying not to stress about all the kids in the class and trying to get everyone to do their essays and everything. It's like a whānau type feeling, like you've got your tuakana there, and it's like that tuakana teina thing. We're there to manaki each other, and being able to just like chill, like there's not all these rules about how you're supposed to sit at the eating table, and there's the karakias and that, but that's, that's different. And being like in the middle of town has been nice too, because it's around all the stuff that's going on in town. That's cool. That's been cool as a young person. I'm losing track of thought now, but
our whare taiki, there's a real big emphasis on having a lot of different age groups around, like queer, sort of like older people that have already like cemented their own businesses and their careers, and then we've got our generation that are there, and like even younger, like babies and our tamariki and stuff like that, and we're all just in the same space and we all learn things from each other, and I think that's what makes it a taonga and very special to all the people that go there, because in school you're kind of around your generation and you're around teachers and you're there for a set amount of time and you're there for like a set goal. And when you go to spaces in our communities where people are passionate about what they're doing, you want to be there and you want to go there for a certain like whakapapa, or like something like that, where you are passionate about something and you bring it forward and you want to see it come to fruition. And I think that's the type of spaces that we want, like places where we can actually see like people who have been successful and actually meet people and talk to people that kind of aren't the people that we're usually around, so we can actually get like more perspective and we can learn more things and we can just have those types of like different relationships, because you know they're important for our growth and they're important to pass down knowledge that we otherwise wouldn't have in like settings that we're given. And yeah, I think it's important to have spaces that are like easy to see and easy to see within our community, and that your mates sort of know where they are, like kind of like in the middle of town where everything is, sort of not spaces that kind of you really have to like travel to get to, or it's a one-time thing and you just like have to buy tickets or you have to do this. Somewhere where you can just walk in and like have a kōrero to just see what's going on. I think we need more places like that for us to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Taika is very intergenerational, like, and everyone's also there by choice. It's not something you sign up for or something you have to be at. We're all there because we want to be there. Like, we're not staffed or anything. It's, we want to be there. Everyone there is passionate and they're there to learn from each other and teach each other and just connect with the community. And I think that's really, really special, especially as rangatahi who's been going there 3-ish years? Yeah, it'll be about 3 years now. It's so, so special. We need more of that. We need more spaces where the community can get together and just be, and yeah.
For me, I lead a very busy schedule. I love to do so many different things at once. I can never just pick one. It's actually becoming quite a problem. My mother's told me I'm supposed to cut it down to 3 extracurriculars. But anyway, I love to do speeches and manu kōrero, and I love to have a platform and then sit and listen to other people speak on the platform, kind of like this, but with younger people. It's not my fault you guys got hurt feelings. Okay, but like I just think that that's so cool where you're 17, 16 and you have a whole 10 minutes and no one's allowed to tell you to shush and no adults interrupting you. It's all about what you think. I think sometimes rangatahi don't feel 100% heard. Like they're not 100% understood and you don't really get the essence of what we're trying to say sometimes. And that's not your fault. You know, sometimes we're talking at different frequencies. But that's the difference between us having a platform to speak to you instead of us talking at each other. I also want to highlight Te Rangataua o Aotearoa, ROA, my brother, he really loves it, and I love the work they're doing there with rangatahi. They do all types of ages, all the way to adults, and then the kids train with the adults, and they play, and it's so much fun. And my other brother just started going, and spaces like that where, like the Rose said, it's inclusive, it's diverse, it's for everybody, and it's a whānau. You know, it's not just a go there and go away and never look back. You're always going to be a part of that whānau, and I think spaces like that are important.
I forgot, I kind of forgot some of the kaupapa at Toto that I thought was important to mention. The other cool thing about the space I'm in is that the youth are leading the youth. So it's not just adults telling youth what to do or trying to teach youth. There's youth teaching youth, led by youth. And at Totoa, we have adult staff to just tautoko, support the youth to show what to lead themselves. And I think that was just important to mention. And yeah.
Thank you to each of you. So much knowledge and wisdom beyond your years, but I think you're right, being able to have those dialogues and find the shared frequency is super important. And your generation, like you say, has been through the pandemic and now this, but you're the future that we're all fighting for here, and so your voices are so important. Thank you for making the time today. Hopefully there's more time and more spaces for more of these kōrero. I have some koha for you to acknowledge your time today and your expertise, because you're really knowledgeable about what you guys have been going through. So thank you so much, and let's put our hands together for our rangatahi.
Awesome. So our last formal session of the event is now, and we'll just ask those panellists to make their way forward. Heron, wait. We're all here. I think you're back up here, Holly. And apologies, we didn't organise the stage. So sort of. We had a few apologies and stand-ins, so thanks to those who have been able to jump up at the last minute. And might just go along and we can introduce ourselves because there's a few new faces.
Tēnā tātou ia tātou. Ko Hiran Tangahau taku ingoa. No ngā iwi o te Tairāwhiti. Ka mahi au ki raro i a Super Greens Tairāwhiti. Ko taku tūnga ki reira, he Community Connector. Ka mahi tahi au me ētahi kua pāngia e te Huripari Gabriel. Yeah, so kia ora everybody. My name is Hiran Tangahau. I'm a Community Connector at Super Greens Tairāwhiti, and I work directly with flood victims who were impacted directly by the recent weather events, not just Gabriel, by the way, but more importantly, I'm an uri of here. So tēnā koutou, the heart rate's up a little bit. Our man just gave me notice that I'm on this chair, but konei au, kia ora.
Kia ora. I think you've seen my face before a couple of times during this symposium, so I won't hold up the space, but Holly thought.
Yeah, kia ora everyone, Malcolm Mersham from Tairāwhiti, responsible for measuring wellbeing impact.
Kia ora tātou katoa, ko Sam Holzer toko ingoa, ki te Tairāwhiti no Kōnei no Tikaraka. Hi everyone, I'm Sam Holdsworth, so I'm the medical, I'm the research director of Matai Medical Research Institute, based here in Tairāwhiti. So yeah, hand it over.
Kia ora koutou, ko Whirldo, ko Tūmaki o te Komatetonga. I'm the director of the Deep South National Science Challenge, which is New Zealand's climate change challenge, bit of a poor name, but there you go. I wear a couple of hats. The other hat I wear is I work with the He Pauarangi, the Climate Change Commission, as a principal analyst.
All the way along.
Lessons for next event. Make sure you got more than one mic. So first up, and feel free to pass if you're not sure, but just my first question was, who do you think are the main players in local research? And we've got a very broad continuum of research, from clinical, hardcore clinical medical research through to land research and social sciences and arts research now. Yeah, who do you sort of see as, and probably more for the locals, Phil's, and kaupapa Māori research as well within the region? Hardest question to start with, but yeah, just any reflections on that?
And I'm in the hot seat and he passes the mic to me first. Kei te pai. Yeah, I think, we've heard over the last couple of days and even over the year where those people sit, and often they're not outside of our region. There's examples that existed before Huripari, and Apanui was a great example of that. They showed how they could mobilise their community without waiting for external support. But I think individually we also are researchers every day. We're looking for solutions for ourselves, particularly post-COVID and cyclone. And we resonate with the kupu that's been floating around, that, we are we've got to look after ourselves because we can't rely on external support, because when all our systems shut down, only we know what to do and how to do that. And so acknowledging the, some people call it local champions. Where I come from, it's my pakeke and kuia and kaumātua, and some of those rangatira that sit in those spaces there. But, I also acknowledge the more clinical side of things and the value that academia plays in these spaces and conversations as well, because, whilst we are the experts of our own environments, we also are open to specialists or experts that can add value to those conversations. So I'm not too sure if that answers your question, Manu, but we're aware. I think the thing is about being connected. If you're connected on the ground, then you'll know easily how to identify those people. And if I think about the communities within the Tairāwhiti, from Muri all the way up to Pōtaka, there are key people that we know are in those communities that are already leading the way. So that'd be worthwhile having at the table. They'll be worthwhile sitting alongside people like these and the other experts that we've heard over the last few days, because it is it is like a collective sort of decision that we aspire to for the well-being of Te Tairāwhiti, and so it can't be just sit with here and at Supergrands or here and at Pohorawiri or here and at Hauiti, because in all those spaces that I'm involved in, we rely on external support. So communication is another thing that's key, but if you're not on the ground and you're not involved, then it's hard to sort of see who's who in the zoo and where those people sit. And that's where people on the ground are valuable, because they're able to identify quickly, there's the person to go to, and so on and so on. But that's not to disregard the other experts that sit in those spaces, such as the Dr. Muri Caves and so on. So,
Kia ora. So I came back to Tairāwhiti about 2 years ago, where I've been at the University of Waikato as a professor there in Te Huataki Waiora, the School of Health, for a long time. And since I've been back, I think I've been in kind of an informal process of kind of mapping out and discovering, personally, amazing research happening across the community. And within organisations, you know, we've heard of amazing research within iwi health providers, like you say, research already going on within groups and organisations and communities, from Mātai. I mean, Mātai, the work that you're doing, I was involved in your summer, you know, scholar program, and just, yeah, mind-blowing stuff. And it's really expanded my probably quite limited thinking on what research is. And I think that the 2 days that we've had here, all the different versions, not all of them, these are just a snippet of the different versions of what research looks like and feels like and what it does or what it can do, and the kinds of collaborations locally, but also with universities or with ministries or with government or different partners and organisations. And so, yeah, it's been a huge learning journey for me, and I think started this hui and I said how amazed I've been to see the world-class research that's happening here. And I think you know, there are lots of connections outside of the region too, in terms of you know, Professor Linda Nikora and people like that who are supporting local research projects. Yeah, and lots of forms of, you know, different ways of knowing and forms of knowledge. Yeah, I'm going to pass it over.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I guess to start off, main players, contributors, I might lean to you, Manu, and sort of acknowledge that space. I think you've done an incredible job over the years of, essentially the way I see it, I've never thought of myself as a researcher. I'm more of like a data nerd, tech guy. I believe in like minimum viable products, building things quickly and getting them out. But essentially that's a form of research essentially. And yeah, I think just acknowledging some of the mahi you've been a part of, Manu, you essentially have been able to see things or opportunities, do the research necessary to get the things going. And I think we'll probably talk on that a bit later, but I just want to mention that. Yeah, I can't say any more than what's been said. We have obviously a range of people contributing into the space. Everything from our community groups, you know, I think of Taitec, I think of Taikea, I think of that space, I think of Ngāti Piro and the crew up in Tapuia Springs, obviously Mātai, you know, world leading 3D brain scans, you're sort of at the forefront of science there. But yeah, I think I really appreciate that at this symposium, that breadth of what research looks like, even if you don't see yourself as a traditional academic researcher, that everyone is contributing to that knowledge pool. And I also just want to acknowledge that this is probably one of the first times that we've all been able to come together like this. And so, yeah, thanks to the organisers, and I hope this is not a once-off, because what I strongly believe in is that, again, we'll probably talk a little bit more about it, but there's different methods to research and different approaches, and there's no wrong or right. I think they all add certain levels of depth. Some are wide and give you a system view, but they don't go super deep, and some go super deep, but you can't get the entire system. So I think the opportunity to come together, to collate, to talk about and share is really powerful. I hope our local player network grows and continues to be supported by our external partners coming into region. And yeah, I think the power's in the knowledge, so the more we can make that available, the better. Thank you.
Gosh, yes, just want to add to the sentiment from Holly. I also have another hat at the University of Auckland, and it's just, since coming back from overseas and starting Mātai, it's just been incredible to see all the grassroots organisations here, the incredible local talent here I think if we all come together and work together, I think we can just be much more powerful together. And I think as well this conference has just highlighted the importance of supporting community-led voices, community-led research and voices from the community, and linking that up with academics and our young people. You can see the talent that was there just in the previous panel. Just so much, it was so wonderful to experience that and to see that enthusiasm and passion come through that we want to support. And so in terms of the key players, I've written noted down a couple of areas, places, local organisations that we work with in the medical research context. And just to give some specific examples of the types of neat research going on here. So Mātai works quite closely with Manaaki Moves on our methamphetamine recovery project. This is to track the recovery of people as they abstain from methamphetamine. Tauranga Health doing some wonderful research in community health. There's Rangi Waho Marae doing indigenous mushroom research that we're working alongside them with. And there's Ronga Whakaata also doing some wonderful research in vitality and abundance. Just a huge number just within Te Whatuora Tairāwhiti, there's a number of clinical researchers within Te Whatuora Tairāwhiti doing work there, and including in our prostate cancer project as well. And also Te Nui CoLab, another example of wonderful work with young people, looking at Curious Minds project that we're working on to stimulate interest in the STEM area. So that's just a sample of some of the amazing organisations that we've got here already doing great work, and I think it's a lot about kind of coming together and linking up the complementary work that's been done with these organisations and with the community here. I think with national organisations and international organisations, I think we can really punch above our weight, even more than we do currently. So I'll pass it on to you.
I would pass, and seeing as I'm not based in Tairāwhiti, I don't think I can express an informed opinion about who the key researchers are. But I think what I can say is, and kind of summarising what's been said along here, what's here is it's pretty amazing. There's world-leading research going on here. It's not just in the technology type side of things. The social research that's being done, that is hapu and iwi led, is phenomenal. When you don't see that across other parts of New Zealand, in large parts, there are pockets, but globally it's really something that is not happening, that Indigenous-led research. So yeah, it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, I just want to add that just this conference, I think, has just really opened my eyes, I think everyone else's eyes here, about the types of opportunities that can come out of it. And I think Morris said it really well, that we would have been nice to have it 2 months after the cyclone, I think, because imagine what we could have done if we had come together and worked together on solving some of these issues. And
Just conscious of time, so I'm going to combine 3 questions in one. There's a habit, or just part of the reality of research, or the imperatives of research tend to be that you kind of do projects, research projects, and sometimes you'll have a research program which might last over 5 or 10 years maybe. Trust Tairāwhiti's longitudinal study might go on for 150 years. So my question, and you know, in Holly's project and some of the other projects you heard from over the last couple of days, we've been able to bring in new researchers, including stuff that Phil's organisation supported us with many years ago. And the challenge is the sustainability of that learning process and supporting people to become great researchers within our community. We know that there's lots of other external research institutions that come into the region who are also working on a project by project or program by program. They've got to compete for funding from central government, and the whole research funding environment is up for review at the moment. So who knows where that will land. So any ideas about how we try and build a sustainable pipeline of research so that those emerging researchers can be supported to not have to go back to the other day job if they don't want to, but can stay in research and continue the rangahau within their community, and what resources can we draw on locally and perhaps nationally or internationally to support that continuity, which is important, that we don't lose the skills and knowledge that we're building. Maybe I'll start with Phil this time.
I'm probably not a good one to start with because I'll probably be a bit pessimistic on this one. So I think, as you're saying, Manu, nationally, the national funding infrastructure for much of much of this type of research is up for grabs. Quite a few larger funding streams are coming to an end. The National Science Challenges, which I'm part of, several large Endeavour-funded projects, which is another big fund. There was a process in place which is looking quite promising. It's called Tairāwhiti Future Pathways, which was mapping out how the future funding system could work. And I thought there were some really good things in there. Probably my one big complaint was it was going too slow, and now the government has changed, and that has gone, and there's been no signal about what's going to happen with science funding. So what I would say is don't rely on central government funding coming through. I would say look for, be innovative, which you guys have done. Like, it's great seeing some of the stuff that's coming out again around here. Te Wheel is a good example, East Coast Exchange, things like that. Think innovatively. Yeah, that's from a funding perspective. The other thing I think that's really key is bringing rangatahi through. And again, it's great to see the people coming to the previous panel, Orini and Te Amai earlier on, like building that future generation of people to come through.
I think I'm probably just going to add to that. In terms of building capability, I think one of the areas we see a real need for is to build the pipeline of young ones coming right from that really young age, as young as possible. So it's right from the sort of the right way through for the audience at the House of Science, sort of target through Te Nui CoLab, through the undergraduate space, through to the internships and through to postgrad. I think that we need to support students more, young people more throughout that entire life journey. In particular, I think in our area, it's in the STEM area. And to do that, I think that we, people like that, like us, who have some modicum of influence, can link these students with their connections, with funders, with private investment opportunities and so forth. So I think we just need to do a better and coordinated job of trying to help that pipeline come through. And I think by linking as well through mentorship. So just to give you some specific examples, we have a program, it's an internship program where we link students with community leaders and with academics at various universities, such as Holly and professors at University of Auckland and other universities around New Zealand. So I think linking our students, our young people through, to the community leaderships and organisations through to academic institutions is one way to build that capability. And in terms of projects around research itself, I think a similar thing we need to link. First of all, we need to do real outcomes-based research, of course, that's led by the community. And secondly, I think we need to really work together, I think, from the community level and at university level to tap into both national. I think a lot of us look at national sort of research grants, but there are big opportunities for international research grants that can support capability and building and sustainability for Te Tairāwhiti. And also creating opportunities for not just knowledge creation that can support our community, but also opportunities for commercialisation of some of that research as well that we do to help sustain the ongoing research. So I don't want to take the mic too long. I could talk for hours on that.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. I'm going to go a bit of a limb here. Acknowledging some of those challenges. So when you look at funding and with this notion of projects, and we tend to think very linearly about outcomes. We tend to think about if we do this, then we get that. And from my experience, that's not the case. I think in one of the earlier slides today, it might have been Taitex, they talked about complex theory systems. What you tend to find in those places, and we really are an ecosystem. So when we talk about everything we've spoken about, it's all an ecosystem. And I mean people, businesses, planet, we're all connected. Is in complex theory systems, the best thing you can do is test quickly, make a decision, and then move to the next thing. What that means is when you do a single project that is very linear, what you'll probably find is that, that's interesting, but what we really need to do that. But guess what? the funding's run out, it's time for us to move on. So I think we need to consider this move away from sort of projects into ultimately what I call product, is that having a knowledge product. Imagine a system or a function that is able to collect knowledge using various types of research, and it produces an output every time. And if we as a region get good at doing that over and over and over and get really good run rate out of that, we could point it at every challenge we have and we can come together. So when we think of funding, we should be funding products, a knowledge product, rather than a series of projects that are disconnected. Because guess what happens with products? They get updated because the user of the product has other requirements now. So it's it's a mind shift in the way that we do those things. So I think we talked a little bit about trust and risk as well earlier in the conference, I think on day one. I think funders and those involved need to give groups the ability to test quickly and fail and then readjust and try again. Most funding models don't really allow for that. On paper, you said you're going to do this, therefore that's the outcome. What happens when we're halfway through research and we realize, wait a minute, this is not the right way to go? So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think that's the fundamental change. That's a system change. I know it's a big thing. But ultimately, I think that'll allow us to bring more talent in, because again, we're trying to bring talent in to match a very particular project, and then we disconnected a central knowledge product that produces insights about our community. You can jump on any time, jump off any time, but that continues to exist. Exclusive of a single person or funder is a place that we need to get to.
Gosh, my brain is buzzing. I think, and I'm coming from an academic in the institution perspective, and I've been in a process of unraveling and unpacking that for a couple of years, and the power dynamics between universities that are not here and then community research. But I think part of the challenge in the research funding space has been it's limited, and it's fostered a kind of competition rather than a collaboration. And I think what I can see today and yesterday in this room, there's so much potential for collaboration, because it's a really competitive grant space out there nationally and internationally, and we know the messages are it's going to get tighter and tighter. But I am also picking up your point around capacity building, and so we've had our project. It's been supported by Ministry of Health. Auckland University trusted us to do this here. We have 4 amazing wahine who've just, hopefully fallen in love with research. And it's like, is this a teaser of this is research? Oh, now go back to your day jobs. Or can we keep building this, and we build local capacity and be able to do research here? There's something on the other side of it as well. And I'm going to use my privileged position within an institution to try to push for trusting and keeping research in the community, rather than expecting people to have to go to Waikato or go to Auckland to go and do, away from family support networks and community obligations and responsibilities. How do we actually bring that here? And I'm not, that's kind of pushing back on some of those existing structures, but I'm going to give one example of something that I kind of see that as as a professor, a responsibility that I have is to create opportunities. I know the funding scheme out there. I know how to get grants. We do. So to use those skills, then create opportunities and pass it along. And so, Te Pūnaha Matatine, for example, where I'm a principal investigator, supported a small research project. Then I applied at University of Waikato and got match funding, and it's focused on rangatahi in Tairāwhiti. 100% of that funding's coming into the community. We've got some of our previous team will come through and do some of that research. We're exploring creative methods, and there's funding in there for rangatahi to be exploring research opportunities. So they're co-producers of the knowledge as well. And so I think we kind of need to push back on the ways things have always been done in terms of academic relationships. But yeah, it's a competitive kind of granting market out there, and it's getting harder and harder. So I think collaboration and working together to bring the funding in, shift the pushback on some of those long-standing power relations between universities or institutions or funders there. And I think we've got some, some pretty heavy hitters in the community. So hopefully we can start working together to build on that.
Kia ora, I just want to acknowledge all the research that's been done, but in particular to your question, Manu, I think it's an and. I think that I acknowledge all the kōrero that's been shared on here, but I also think about, in terms of building a sustainable future for us, then the funding needs to be diversified so that it can be where so it can be prioritised where it's needed the most. And I acknowledge the research that goes on in the background outside of our area and the value that it brings to our communities. Often that's only concern for the time frame that it's been funded for, whereas we think about this room here and all the people that have participated in this hui over the last 2 days. We're concerned about 100 years beyond. And so for me, I'd like to see the funding diversified so it's prioritised where it's needed the most and that it fits and aligns with the goals and aspirations of those that are affected the most.
So along those lines, how do we, as my last question I guess, prioritise as a community and build consensus around those priorities? And how do we, a question that Holly answered yesterday was around how do we turn research into action so that, in some ways people don't trust researchers, they don't trust research as a activity because of various historical experiences with researchers. How do we give people confidence and reclaim that social license for quality research that actually makes a difference? Anyway, that's probably enough. So, turning research into action and making change from that research, positive change. And to your point,
yeah, connections is probably the theme of my kōrero since I've been sitting up here. If you're connected to the right people, then you'll know where to go to invest your time and effort and your resourcing to where it's needed the most. So, and that goes back to my first response on the first pātai you shared, Manu. There are identified people within those communities, and we all know them, and they're not just Māori communities, they're right across our region. It's being able to have clear communication and effective communication and being able to be present so that you can see, feel and hear where the need is. And where people can see that happening, they're likely to want to play in your swimming pool.
What's the question again?
Research into action and building the sort of value of acceptance.
Yeah, okay, sorry, thank you. It's been a long couple of days. I think a tricky thing with research grants is that often it finishes when the report is done. But that's actually where the real mahi begins, is working with different groups and organisations to support a process of what does this mean for you. And I often think in the research granting space, we kind of miss, we cut it off too soon, and maybe that's about how I write my grant applications, is actually write that in. And so that's something that the kōrero of the last couple of days, the work I've been doing over the last 6 months with the local team here, I've been rethinking a lot about what is research, what do we call research, what is meaningful research, and that's partly why I came home, actually, is because of those questions. I don't want to keep just writing journal article after journal article that 100 people read if you're lucky. Actually, what is the meaningful mahi, and for our rangatahi, for our tamariki, for the next generations. So yeah, I'm on a bit of a journey of unlearning, actually.
I'm just sort of trying to remember the question. So I I'd argue that based on the last 2 days, engagement from community and trust and researchers seems to actually be pretty good here. We've had demonstrations from community members talking back, partnerships with sort of academic institutions working with locals. I think a key part to that is playing back the findings. You know, we talk a lot about value exchange. You know, we talked about your experience being and your knowledge and your insight being a taonga and should be valued as such. So I think the opportunity to go back and play back to communities, which we've heard a lot about today, and this is part of that. But I think there is a continuum, at least in my mind. If at the beginning, if you ask people about the sort of, as an example, impact of climate change or cyclone in particular, you don't need a bunch of researchers to come and tell us that we're not feeling great about life. Like people know that. But I think what the next step is, research helps validate certain findings, which is the next step to action, commercialization. So we need to go through certain steps to get to certain places. And again, I feel the better we get at that, going from we know this is an issue to we're now going to research it, we're now going to turn it into something and then get action out of it. As a community, the better we get at doing that over and over and over, it becomes like muscle memory. We actually can action, and that talks to community voice and influence on things. So yeah, I guess that's me in a nutshell.
I agree with everything that's being said. I just want to add that there's just a huge amount of talent here and a number of organisations. I think it's a real strength that we are a small community with such sort of expertise within the community. I think one thing that I think really I've reflected on in the last couple of days was just how long research takes. And I think that we could do so much more if we got a real good grip on ethics around artificial intelligence and actually get involved in the use of artificial intelligence to help us in our research capabilities. I think just yesterday there was a wonderful talk, I'm not sure everyone was there, it was Dr. Sullivan and his team around this digital ecosystem where you can kind of model the lived experience of an ecosystem, and that could be used to understand how different inputs can affect long-term climate sustainability and biodiversity. And so I think things like that, artificial intelligence and the use of that, and trying to work with our qualitative and quantitative data, coupled with the community voices that we have from all these wonderful studies that are going on in our community, can really, really make a difference and free up the community leaders, free up the academics to be able to actually action the findings. So I just wanted to put that in there, that I think we have a real opportunity as a community to really understand, and I also think if we don't do it, we will also get a grips for AI. As a community, we might be left behind as well. So I just want to throw that one in there.
Thanks. I'm probably going to focus in on about impact from research, how you get it to make a difference. And to me, it's connection. We've mentioned it a few times, right? It's about people. I've seen some awesome reports come out and sit on a shelf and do nothing. And I've seen some really shonky reports come out and be super effective. A lot of what it comes down to is whether the people who have written that report, the people who have done that research, whether they're connected with people around them. And that's not just once the report comes out, but when you're forming up your ideas of research, going and talking to communities and whoever the end users might be, who you might be researching with. It does two things. It helps inform as a researcher where you're going, but it also helps inform your end users that this stuff is coming, and they can look out for it as it comes. Also, like we often view, as communities, we often view institutions as these big faceless kind of black boxes like district councils or central government. But there's people inside there, and if you can get to those people and start talking to those people, make those connections, you can be a lot more effective. What can be even more effective, particularly for rangatahi coming through, is try and go and work in those organisations. And that can be tough. It can be a real tough environment, particularly for young Māori. But, I mean, hopefully as a country we're evolving and getting more inclusive. And I think that's only going to advance more as we get more and more young Māori people working in these institutions and making them truly bicultural or multicultural.
Very much. I also just wanted to acknowledge everyone that's here and apologise that we haven't been able to get everyone up the front, because I think there's a wealth of expertise each of you brings to these conversations. And while we had a session at the end of yesterday, and we're going to have one now to kind of share a bit more, perhaps future events will be a little bit less kind of talking heads up the front and a bit more interactive and roundtable conversations, workshops and things. So appreciate that everyone's here that's been able to stick around, and you've given up a day or two to be with us. And yes. Yeah, that's a really good question. So how do we self-fund within the region? Yeah. And we have, I was just talking to Malcolm at lunchtime without putting him on the spot, and he didn't give me a straight answer, so that's probably wise. We've got a great resource there in Trust Tairāwhiti, and I asked what their commitment is to investing in research rather than just projects and things. And he said the new CEO is very interested in what comes out of these 2 days, making no commitments on his behalf. And so that was encouraging to hear, and so I think that's an opportunity that and I did talk to them when they were ECT 10 years ago and said, we need a regional research institute. So that proposal's still sitting there as a one-pager, and I can dust it off and bring it back. But that's a great resource for us to tap in, to put a bit of pressure on the trustees that we know in our community, and the staff there to say, hey, what's your commitment to investing in research? But also perhaps having a bit of a plan around that, and as Malcolm was saying, how do we set up systems within the community, or enhance and accelerate some of those, or slow them down, as Holly said, to ensure that we're building the muscle memory, we're building the skills and abilities within our community that exist there latently, or at certain levels, but could do a lot better. And yes, there are some people with deep pockets in our community, and some of them have been very generous. And this event is an example of one of them, with John Walsh's donation to make this happen. And they're not just business people, they're artists and researchers, and so yeah, there's certainly people that are keen to invest in these sort of activities, and perhaps we just need to package it up a bit better and turn it into those products that Malcolm was talking about, to make them investable to more people, or crowdfund, or whatever we're going to do. So yeah, it's good wero tono to all of us to think about what we can do to progress that agenda, which is kind of the last session really, is kind of like, what can we do as a result of the last couple of days, for those that have been here, or for whatever each of you have heard. And yesterday we broke into small groups, and it seemed to work quite well. And there's a heap more food that just arrived. Unfortunately, I thought I'd cancelled afternoon tea, but that's there. So if you want to grab something and form a little circle of trust with 4 or 5 or 10 people, and try not to talk for too long if others in the group haven't spoken. But have a think about, so what from here, what are your ideas to build that capacity and capability within our community to do more good research, and to utilise that research in better ways? The question, I guess. Yeah. Thanks again to our panel, very much. Thanks to Heron too, who's been dealing with a crisis at work while I invited her to come up and speak in front of everyone.
Hello? Oh.
Okay. Serena's almost finished. So we'll just have an opportunity for anyone from each group, one person who hasn't spoken at all, because they've been listening intently to the rest of the group, to share some highlights from your discussion. So George is trying not to look sheepish, and I'm going to pick on him to start with.
Kia ora tātou. It's been an awesome day today. Thank you. It's yeah, an honour and a privilege to come to Tairāwhiti. You got it all here in the room. You got the critical mass. You've got like the diversity of experience and perspectives. He whare tēnei, he wānanga tēnei, ko tēnei taku pātai ki a koutou, he whare wānanga tēnei, hoki anō nei rā. So that's what I've seen in the room here, and I saw that presentation from Kautuku, and then I saw about te tapere nui, whatonga, whare wānanga, and I'm there's bound to be a straight line between that whare wānanga and what we saw today from Kautuku. Kia ora. Yeah, and as a proud uri of nukutere waka, yeah, I bask in a little of the reflected glory from that. This is tradition right down the coastline, tradition of learning, hasn't gone away. Another term I heard today was tipu mato, those green shoots coming up, and then thinking about the exotic forest and the native ngāhere, the indigenous ngāhere, all those purapura, kakano, all in the ground there, all waiting to spring up again, in the sense of whare wānanga. Seen it in the room today. Got this is a substantial part of the faculty present in the room. Not the whole faculty, because we know out and about, yeah, we've just seen like a taste. I think the whole project of empire and colonisation is to like intimidate smaller communities, cause them to lose that self-confidence, but then, you know, he tai pari, he tai timu, tide of empire sweeps out, and what's left? Community with people in it, and those green shoots come up again, and confidence rejuvenates. So that's what I've seen in my couple of days to be privileged and to be in Te Tairāwhiti. I love to see that kōrero develop in a way that collective identity becomes visible and apparent and named, actually, so it's on people's lips all around the country. Look what they're doing there. What is the name of what they're doing there? How can we refer to that so we can understand its learnings, its teachings? I'm speaking, I suppose, on behalf of your whanaunga around and about the remainder of the country, and nukutere waka. For our group, because I apologise. What I said is kind of personal, but for our group, I think there was a good deal of focus on the fact that people come into kōrero with differing perspectives, and what's the attitude or point of view to take when one meets a differing perspective. Again, I think our tipuna showed us that, because we know that my maunga speaks to your maunga. A maunga is pretty immovable. It's got its perspective if you stand on there, compared to your maunga, quite immovable, got its perspective when you stand there, but they talk to each other. I talk to you, my maunga talks to your maunga. And but together, we know they all join up into the totality of what we are, and we still see that there's like a bigger identity, that's the collective maunga. And the challenge that we have, I think, often is to say, well, what's the route from A to B? How do I find my way from where I am, my perspective, to your perspective? And it's a task of weaving our way through the landscape and weaving our stories together. And that's up to us. That's a personal belief I felt for a while. All the different stories, I personally believe, it's just my article of faith, they can be made to agree with each other, so long as they want to. Yeah. I think there's some stories that are at a point where they don't really want to agree with other stories. They're, mana motuhake. I don't mean the mana motuhake political movement, but I mean they're sort of like motuhake, like standing on their own. Motu. Yeah, there's reasons why, there's reasons for everything we see. But ultimately, I see a convergence of stories and understandings. A little bit scary. I treasure a whole set of stories and understandings that I have. How can I reconcile those with some that seem quite far away from my own understanding? But that's why kōrero and whakaaro and mohiotanga and maramatanga is just so fascinating for all of us as human beings. That's why we have a whare wānanga. Okay, so the other wero, personally, is I want to see all this written down. And okay, like the kōrero's ascended to the heavens. It's also been captured inside those machines there, can be turned into transcripts, and because this conference here, this is worthy of like a proceedings of kamua kamuri. Yeah, so I do hope to see that, and that's lots. There's ways that a written outcome of these proceedings could be viewed. But one way, I suppose, again speaking from a perspective from elsewhere in the motu, is I think it would be a very big help to the rest of us around the motu to know what the insights and the words of Te Tairāwhiti is. I think that would be a very big help for all of us across the generations. Yeah, I'm including you young fellas also. Homework assignment, because you missed so much because of COVID. So good you came here today. Kia ora.
All right, who wants to follow on from that?
Yeah, no pressure, Manu. Just get it done. Kia ora no whānau. Our group had an age range of 84 to 18, and after hearing our rangatahi this morning, today, I believe our future is in safe hands.
What's our question? Oh, our synopsis. We pretty much talked about how we can improve like our education for our rangatahi and our tamariki. And we talked about how they like to learn and how we can improve their learning by having a lot of opportunities outside of kura for them, especially in business and sport and connecting back to our whakapapa. Like a lot of art, but especially connecting back to the community and with older people, younger people, kind of having those opportunities for everyone to actually learn from each other in an environment that isn't kura, and having that so we can build like resilience and being able to overcome failure and breaking away from the sort of system that our education has put us in, or our education system has put us in with grades, and taking that sort of whakaaro and those learnt kind of ways that we base our worth on, and how much we actually know and how much we can actually talk about things, and changing that so we can feel more open and we can learn more ways to actually communicate and actually make our own opportunities, going back to the over there where the position where we're making decisions for ourselves, that's where we find the most power for all age ranges, especially like our tamariki, and how we can actually support them to take the power back by taking back their learning and how they learn. Yeah, that's kind of what we talked about.
As I said, our future is in safe hands.
Whakanui tō tātou ari ki tāngi, I tōna arua ki te kānau I tātou ki a tātou tihei Muri. Kia ora whānau, my name is Paul Patuoi, Ngāti Parau, Tūhoi, Te Whānau Apanui, Rongo Whakaata, actually just about all of them. So my blood is your blood, even you Pākehās, we're related too. I'll go back, I need to tell you who I am and why I'm here, but my great-great-grandfather was Benjamin Biddle. He was a scout for the militia, or for the armed constabulary. He was chasing my other whānau, Tūhoi. My great-great-great-grandfather was Tūtaka Nāhau from Maunga Pōhatu. My grandmother is Kuikui Wharetuna Moko from Ruatoki. Grandfather from Kurahe, and the rest scattered all up the coast. My great-great-great-grandfather carved Paraurangi, Tamati Ngākaho. That's my koro, and just so many. One of our nannies, all our nannies was on that hill 200 years ago, Nani Matapuro. And my father, my whāngai dad was Norris Lewis. He's got his name in the land that we're standing on, that we're on now. I was brought up in Manatuket, lived in the bush before that. Come down when I was 10, thought I was in a great big city. All there was a shop and a garage. And great life. But, so I'm connected to the land and the family. I've been in the army for 34 years. So I got out about 2 years ago, come back. I still work with the police down custody, so I see all our whānau, that's both Pākehā and Māori in there, and that needs to change. Also work for Customs. My wife's a New Zealand Customs officer. She still is. We live up in Tairāwhiti. Yes, Tairāwhiti. I only heard it said twice, I think. But we've had slips, we've had all sorts of stuff up there. And I come back here, now I'm with Te Whatuora, so I'd just like to greet my two manahiri from outside the town, Ministry of Health. I was trying to get some money out of them, but no, they can't do that. But I think we've all been influenced from what we've heard and seen today, or even yesterday. So I've just been sitting here quiet, having a listen to see what I can do. I'm actually the Health Emergency Management Planning Coordinator across Tairāwhiti. And that means I need to keep an eye on all our health-funded providers, the hospital, public health, pharmacies, GPs, etc., etc., etc. I don't know how to do that yet, but I'm getting there because I'm the new boy on the block. They don't really know me, but they're starting to find out who I am. So that's good, and we're going to get there. Research. The only thing I can say about research is, and it's good that there's some stuff coming out in March, but, you know, the longer it takes, we're probably going to have about 2 or 3 more Cyclone Gabriels come through the area. So, you know, you need to get onto it. Yes, the mana net needs to go back to the whānau to sort it out. We need to sort ourselves out. Don't let anyone do it for us. Okay, because government's not going to give you all their money, even though I know that's what I've been hearing in here, is that you want to take that to you, you want to take it. Come on, be realistic. Are they going to give it to you? Because there's still going to be that crown thing over the top of it. Okay, so we have to think of other ways of doing it. And then we can protest all we want, but until the government goes, yeah, okay, we're going to do that, I can't see that happening. It's going to take a long time. So keep it up. Anyway, so what I took out of this is the other morning when they're talking about medicines not getting to the whānau, I was sort of thrown into the deep end when I got here. So I went through hail, I went through the no-name Cyclone Gabriel. My short story is when Gabriel happened, I think we were actually working on it 2 to 3 days before. But everyone was patting themselves on the back, saying that we're real good, we've been doing well, you know, we can handle anything that we'll come across. Gabriel hit, chaos. Okay, power, everything went out. But you got to remember, everybody that was in the council too had families and things that were affected. A lot of them were still trying to do the job of trying to contact the community and everything and get out there and help, but they couldn't cover everything. They had about 3 or 4 core people that are in there, and some real good people in there, but there's a lot of people that actually were not qualified to actually do some of the stuff that they were doing. And I'm talking about radio operators, because they were just everyday volunteers. They didn't have time to get trained and stuff like that. So, you know, when you start pointing the finger at people, just have a think about the people that were actually in there doing it. They weren't qualified, a lot of them. Some of them were, and they done their best. Actually, when I came down 3 o'clock in the morning to join the council, I came down that morning like a dinghy. I took my wife's truck because I thought, oh yeah, she's got more gas in it. Took it down, she didn't have more gas in it. I actually thought, no, I'll leave it and I'll fill it up on the way out. Well, I never got out of there until about 4 or so days later. I got stuck in there, so I had a truck that had no gas. So I slept outside the council because I was one whakamā and the other one was I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing when I went in there. I thought, I'm an army 24/7, that's me. I can handle shit, I'll just sleep out of my truck. So I don't think the council knew that, but I was just going in and out. One day I spent 21 hours in there, but hey, army, I could do that. So now those are things. But listening to the stories, I understand, my heart bleeds. I had to put a kuia on a chopper. I told Health, get her ready, because they had to get her out of the hospital, apparently. That's one thing we need to talk about, releasing people while there's a storm going on. Anyway, I just thought I'd check that our kaumātua was getting down there, so I actually went down the airport to check. Anyway, the van ended up in the wrong place, even after I gave them a map and instructions. She turned up, and then I guided her around, and I didn't realise that the chopper that she was hopping on, shit, I think the door was somewhere up here. So they had to get this, I think she was 90-something, this nanny, and she was in the hospital, I don't know how long, but when I got the call, her house had been damaged. So she was in the hospital. She couldn't go back to her home, so we were taking her back to Te Puia Hospital for her to be cared for. She actually didn't live there, but that was the best place for her to go to get care. And she wanted to get out of Gisborne. She wanted to go back up the coast. So I thought this was bad when we was trying to push her into the chopper, but she had a big smile on her face. So that was cool. So anyway, I can tell you from here, I'm going to do my best. We're going to sit down with the GPs, the pharmacies, and we need to come up with plans because I had to run around some other people getting the pharmacies were dropping off medicine. We had to try and get their medicine up the coast. So the only way we could get it up there was normally by Tim Brown from the army on his army truck, his one army truck. Either it was going either up the coast or it was going out to Tikaraka when it could get out there. So, you know, when you say army, just think about one army truck, maybe a couple of drivers. And that's what was happening. Yeah. So, I've got a lot out today. Thank you to all our presenters. I really enjoyed it. Rangatahi, really love it. My whānau, my tūhoi whānau, where's she gone? Run away. Sorry one. But just think about this. Hey, I'm one of those old fellas at Taiki here too. Me and my wife. Just remember, there's that thing on the cyclone. It's supposed to be due any time now, between 50 years or now. Everything from Woman Road back this way is supposed to be in the zone. You know, so just think about that when you're setting up a new place on the other side of the river. Because if you don't know, the plan is, if the cyclone comes, we're going to probably get split in two halves, Mangapapa and Kaiti. So we're working on those two areas to put our emergency services, etc., in those things. Anyway, whānau, kia ora, koutou katoa. Cheers.
Anyone else? Rhonda got her notes out.
Okay, before I do our karakia, just a couple of things from our rōpū that I want to bring forward is the Crown's not the only one we can get research funding from. And so what we learnt today is that probably philanthropic, so those people who want to give away their money because they've got so much of it. And they don't really care too much about what happens, just so long as it gets to be used for human benefit. So really we need to be thinking wider than just New Zealand and the Crown, and to be searching for places that are willing to lean in, to provide funding for the wicked problems we have and awe and wonderment we can find out through the research process. That's number one. And number two is to remember that in all research funding spaces, there is a esteem for particular types of funding and particular types of researchers. And that in many spaces, the necessity to partner from somebody from a state university is important, because without that as the kōrero of your whare, your likelihood to be funded becomes nil and void. This is the same for Crown Institutes too, I might add. And while we might want to say that, you know, the tyranny of such things are not real, they're materialistically true. Kia ora. The third thing that I want to add is research. Can you say this, please? Research as a form of social and cultural reproduction. Hear that? Reproduction. Isn't reproduction always a liberating moment? Well, if it isn't, I'm sorry. So research as a form of social and cultural reproduction. Because whoever funds it, that's the political bit. Kia ora. It's called expanding the brain's thinking trust. Anyway, those are the three things that I just wanted to bring forward, because, you know,
that's the reality of what research does. It brings product, as our brother said over here. It brings changes in the way we think about our problems, and it brings fabulous people together to solve a wicked problem. So let's give a big hand to that. Okay, enough, straight to the karakia. Two things I want to acknowledge in the karakia. One is that we are on te one. Say that please, te one. O Hine Hakirirangi. Yes. So Hine Hakirirangi was an ocean navigator. She came on the Horota Waka. And so it's important to always acknowledge her when we're here on her famous turf. Kia ora. And also te pari e mā maira, if we look over that way. See that white terracing over there? That's te pari e mā maira. Can you say that, please? Te pari e mā maira. And it's otherwise in its English name known as Young Nick's Head. But te pari e mā maira has a whole story that goes with it. Just one connection to research here that pari says. On the other side you can't see is a regeneration program. It's 18 years old now, and they're putting back tuatara and titi mutton birds together in a sanctuary. What does the sanctuary tell us about research? That anything we don't have, with a clear plan, we can put back. Cool, eh? Anyway, that's that. And of course over here, titirangi. Say it, please. Alrighty, massive. Pāwati pei. Kōrero mai, pāwati pei. Wati pei. It's a transliteration. The original name is Tūranga Nui a Kiwa, yes? The great standing place of Kiwa. And then, of course, Kiwa in relation to Te Moana Nui a Kiwa. So I placed those because we had rongo whakaata and the recognition of their mana whenua status, and I've just taken it up probably about 20 generations, if not 30, from rongo whakaata's occupation. That's not in any way to be disrespectful, because no matter what point we start in whakapapa, there are all these points before it. Kia ora. Okay, so with that in mind, the karakia will have 3 parts. 1, to take rangi and papa and close that down. 2, to acknowledge Hine Hakirirangi, te tūranga nui a Kiwa, and the great voyaging to get us here 48 generations ago. 3, to acknowledge Ngai Tāwhiri today. And then 4, to use the fires of Maui Tiki Tiki a Taranga to close the whole wānanga. So there you go, you use fire in Te Ao Māori when you want to clean and collapse something. Kia ora, in the wairua. Say that please, in the wairua. Oh, by the way, I'm not just a GDC counsellor, I'm an intuitive wairua practitioner. Ka pai, so ka pene, if you would close your eyes please. It's important to me to share with all the ancestry in the room the intentions of what I'm about to do with the karakia, so that nobody goes without knowing where I'm taking you. Kia ora. Mai rangi e tū iho nei, heke tonu kia papa e whāriki hia nei, ahu atu ki te moana o Tangaroa e. Hau tonu mai rā i ngā whakaeketanga o ngā waka, i Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki roa, Hawaii ki pāmamau e. Te taitanga mai o horauta ko Kiwa, e ko Pāua, e ko Hine Hakirirangi e. Tatu mai ki tēnei wā, i te mana o Ngai Tāwhiri, te rā peka o rongo whakaata e. Haruru mai, tapu ai kia ea e. Hikara taku ahi, te ahi nā Māui, he ahi mā hiti hiti, he ahi mā karo karo. Tuki a te papa, tū papa e. Tuki a te papa, tū papa e kia pū e hui. Ka tau e. Kia ora tātou.
You're looking at me. Some people have flights to catch, so you're welcome to leave. And thank you again for coming. See you all next time.